Okay, good morning. We are going to start our agency hearings. I'm gonna deal with the echo. Okay, great. We are happy that you all are here. This is the bonding subcommittee. As you all know, we are a subcommittee of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Standing Committee. And so today we are here to meet with various state agencies and discuss authorized and unauthorized bonded programs within those agencies. Today we have a full schedule that we will share shortly. I will ask all our members to be respectful of our timeframes. Our members who are in the room and online. Also, you may not see a lot of our members in the room, and that's because they are on other committees, but I can assure you they are very attentive to what's happening here today. Agency leaders will have time to address the subcommittee. We'll give you roughly 3 minutes to make a presentation, and then we'll go right into our questions. I will turn it over for some opening remarks to our ranking members. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking forward to a long, productive day. Thank you.
All right. Senator Wong.
Ready to go, sir.
Okay, great. The agencies we are hearing from today are the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority at 10 a.m., Department of Housing at 10:30. We'll have a short break at 11:30. Connecticut Innovations at 12 p.m. Department of Economic and Community Development at 12:30. The Redevelopment Authority at 1:50, and the Capital Region Development Authority at 2:35. And so having all that said, our good folks from CHAFA are in the room. And so if you all want to come up and get settled and then turn your mics on and begin a short presentation on the good work you all are doing. And just for the record, my Senate co-chair, Senator Miller, is battling traffic on 95 like everyone else. And so she will be here shortly.
Good morning. I'm accompanied today by Lisa Hensley, who's our Managing Director of Homeownership, and Pat Giuliano, who's the Managing Director of Multifamily. Good morning again, Representative Napoli, Senator Wong, Representative Piscopo, and the distinguished members of the General Bonding Subcommittee. I am Nandini Natarajan, the Chief Executive Officer, Executive Director of the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony in support of the bonding requests in the Governor's 26-27 capital budget. CHFA was created in 1969 by the state legislature to help alleviate the shortage of affordable housing for low and moderate income families and persons in Connecticut. We are a quasi-public authority that issues federally tax-exempt mortgage revenue bonds to finance affordable mortgages for low and moderate income first-time home buyers and to fund the construction, renovation, and extended affordability of rental apartments. With $300 million for the Housing Trust Fund and $400 million for the Affordable Housing Program Flex, the governor's biennial budget promises to continue the state's historic investments to address the shortage of affordable housing in Connecticut. While the Department of Housing oversees both HDF and Flex, the two programs provide critical support for the various multifamily affordable rental developments that CHFA finances through its administration of the Federal Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. HDF and Flex also support the redevelopment of units in the CHFA-administered state-sponsored housing portfolio, which provides housing for low-income, elderly, and disabled residents. Included in the governor's $300 million HDF request is $130 million for the Build for CT program, which is a collaborative housing initiative between the DOH and CHFA. This program's innovative financing structure provides low-interest, subordinate loans to market-rate developments that designate at least 20% of their units for middle-income renters, promoting economic diversity and housing opportunity across Connecticut. Since its launch in late of 2023, Build for CT has played a vital role in addressing the state's housing shortage by supporting the creation of more than 2,250 new rental units as of March 24th, 2025. Of these, 575 units have been reserved for middle-income households, defined as those earning between 60 and 120% of the area median income. With the $130 million proposed in the governor's budget, we estimate that Build for CT will be able to create about 1,040 additional middle-income units. In addition to authorizations for Housing Trust Fund and Flex, the governor's biennial budget includes $100 million across the biennium for the Time to Own program. This program, which CHFA administers on behalf of DOH, helps alleviate potential home buyers' inability to cover the down payment and closing costs required to purchase their first home. Working in conjunction with CHFA's first mortgage programs, TTO provides 0% forgivable loans of up to $25,000 to eligible home buyers for down payment assistance, with 10% of the principal balance forgiven annually. TTO, which started in June of 2022, has reserved $184 million for 6,250 first-time home buyers as of March 24th, 2025. Given that program funds are beginning to run short, additional bonding support for TTO is critical to maintaining the success of this program. With the $100 million recommended in the governor's budget, we estimate that we will be able to assist more than 4,000 home buyers in purchasing their first homes. Only with continued financial support from the state will we be able to tackle the housing shortage we're experiencing here in Connecticut. The governor's bonding requests make the investments necessary to increase housing supply and to help first-time home buyers achieve the American dream of homeownership. As a result, I urge you to support the governor's FY 26-27 capital budget. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. We appreciate it. And so now what we'll do is I'll open it up for questions. And so I'll start off if you don't mind. And so one of the questions I have is, can you tell the subcommittee how much money you have received from DOH the last 4 years for the bonding programs that you administer? We're just trying to get, a pattern of what that looks like.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. So with respect to the Time to Own program, which was the forgivable down payment assistance program, we have received approximately $195 million, of which there is about $9.8 million remaining at this time that has not been either committed or expended. With respect to the Build for CT program, we have received $150 million, 83 million of which has been used in transactions and put towards financial closings. The remainder, about 36 or 40 million, has been approved and is in process of getting to a financial closing. The remainder are reserved and are in process of getting to the place where they can proceed to a financial close. In terms of the other funding, the HTF and Flex, which are primarily used for multifamily rental developments as gap fillers, we have come up with a number that in the last 4 years, we have received about $232 million. We have not received the funding because the funding is used in conjunction with CHFA financing in the form of loans and tax credits. But $232 million between HTF and Flex has been put towards the financial closings of multifamily transactions from DOH.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. And so have there been any federal dollars as well allocated to you all, or ARPA funds that would help with those bonding programs?
So with respect to federal dollars, My Home CT was a foreclosure prevention program that CHFA administered on behalf of the Department of Housing. And all of those funds have been committed, and we're in the process of closing out that program. There are other federal dollars that are used by the Department of Housing toward the development of rental housing that would primarily come from home funds and the National Housing Trust Fund dollars. We will have to get back to you in terms of a number that has been a dollar for the last 4 years. You want to speak?
Pat Giuliano. In home funds, our deals received $23.6 million over the past 4 years.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Why don't you keep going and we'll come back to the
Yeah, that's fine. Sure, sure. And by the way, any information that you don't have today, just feel free to send it to us, okay?
absolutely.
Great. So my next question is in regarding to your down payment assistance program that you all run. And so I know that's part of the overall home ownership program, right? And so,
Correct.
but within that program, there is that mortgage assistance for teachers, right? And so
Yes.
talk to me a little bit about the demand for that. Has there been a demand for it since the program was created?
So the teachers program has been around in statute for a number of years. I want to say it's somewhere between 5 and 10 years. There's been a significant amount of education to lenders around understanding how to apply the teacher program when they're looking at evaluating a new applicant for eligibility under CHFA's programs. With the infusion of the $1 million, we are seeing renewed interest in utilizing that carve out, if you will, from the DAP program for utilization towards teachers who might be buying their first home. And there is a rate reduction that CHFA provides as well. And so what we can get back to you on is how much of that $1 million has currently been utilized. What happens is that a lender would look at an application and decide if a borrower was eligible to be a CHFA borrower. And then if they qualified under the teacher program, because there are specific statutory eligibility requirements. And so based on that, if the person qualifies to be a teacher program borrower, then they could potentially be eligible for the carve-out funding. And so we have done a tremendous amount of outreach with the Connecticut Department of Education, providing the state's first ever webinar for teachers to educate them about CHFA's programs. So we are seeing some interest, but I will have to get back to you on exactly how much of that $1 million has been committed to date.
Great. No, thank you for that. And so I have seen firsthand how beneficial those programs are to really help retain teachers in urban areas in the communities where they teach. And I know there's existing programs for firemen and police officers and nurses. And so we really appreciate, trying to allow people to stay in urban areas where they work. And so now I'll turn over to our co-chair, Senator Miller.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. How are
Good
you?
morning. How are you, Senator Miller?
Sorry, I'm late. Traffic. So I had a couple questions. You know my position on the low-income housing tax credit. I'm not a fan of it because I think that it priced people out of homes. And so my question to you is, what role does the Housing Trust Fund and the Flex Fund play in financing the low-income tax credit?
Yeah. First of all, Senator Miller, I just want to say that I respect all of your concerns. I hope you felt that we've worked with you collaboratively to address some of the concerns you've had about the responsibilities of the owners to inform tenants and to keep them engaged in the process, especially during occupied rehabs. And so I hope we'll continue to have a collaborative conversation about that. With respect to the usage of housing trust fund and flex, they're primarily gap fillers that come into play with respect to the tax credit developments where the developer, is putting a financing structure together. With all of the inflationary conditions we've seen in the construction market, some of which has not gone back to pre-COVID levels, we're seeing the need for the subsidy, the state subsidy that comes in through HDF and Flex to be an ever increasing an important part of the financing structure of these tax credit developments. They're not the only source of financing because they're complemented and leveraged, 4 or 5 times by tax credit equity that comes in through the investor, in addition to CHFA financing that's provided through our tax exempt bonds. And so HDF and Flex comprise about 30%, if you will, on average of the capital stack, the financing structure of these tax credit developments. I hope that's helpful.
No, it is helpful. I have one more question. If we have enough time, Mr. Chair, I'd like to circle back. So in these deals, how do the families benefit? Let's take a building that's already occupied. How do the families benefit?
In tax credit developments, depending on whether it's a conversion so if it's an existing tax credit development that is being renewed or recapitalized with new tax credits, the rents that are allowable under the tax credit program are set by HUD, and they're capped based on fair market rents and an analysis of what is affordable in that market. And so the tenants would benefit because their rents would be capped, and they would benefit from the tax credit program, essentially providing that rent cap, if you will, for 30 or 40 years. If it was a conversion of a non-tax credit development to a tax credit development, then similarly, you're providing that rent protection for the long term, and you're converting what could be a troubled development in some cases that may have experienced significant deferred maintenance over the long term, or if it's a conversion of a co-op or other type of joint ownership structure, that you're converting it and you're stabilizing it. You're providing the deferred maintenance dollars, you're rehabbing it, you're maybe providing sustainability to keep the utility costs low, things of that nature, but you're also providing that rent, I don't want to say control, but that, protection for the long term.
Right, and thank you for your answer. So, I'm asking you these questions because I think that people need to know the truth behind those tax credits. And so you said that there's a cap. Is it capped in perpetuity?
So
For a year?
It is annually. So HUD sets the assuming we have a functional HUD, they do set the tax credit rents maximums annually. And generally speaking, CHFA, to the extent we have financings in the development, will require owners to get our consent before they increase rents on developments where CHFA has financing.
I promise this is my last one. So HUD sets the caps. And that's the issue that I have with HUD's caps, because some of those caps go as high as $50 some years. It varies from year to year. And sometimes they go as high as $50. And owners take advantage of that $50 increase on a unit that is supposed to be affordable. And if I'm on a fixed income, and I've seen one of these tax credit buildings in Stanford where the rents have gone up to by the max over the years, that families can't afford to pay the rents anymore. And if you're on a fixed income like Social Security and they're increasing the rent by $50 and you may only got a $20 increase in your Social Security, individuals can't afford to live there. And so I come from the deeply subsidized units, and then tax credits, they're not, affordable housing is a misnomer. They're not affordable. And so, that we've had this discussion, it has nothing to do with you, but I think it's important for the public to know, for those that are answering, that don't be fooled by these tax credits and they do cost individuals out because there's a limit on what your income can be. And in a place like Stanford, where the median income is high, people get cost out. They get priced out of those units. And so we have a development now where people are going to have to move. And so thank you for the work that you do, because it's nice to live in a nice new apartment with all the new amenities, but not at the cost of not having a place to live. And you have to move from Stanford to Waterbury in order to have a decent place to live. So thank you for the work that you do. I do appreciate it. And again, this has nothing to do with you. It's just a program in itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Just remind our members that it is 10:20. We only have 10 minutes remaining. So please be cognizant of your time and your questions. And again, what we don't get for questions today, we can always submit to the agency in writing and get them to you. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome. And what was the $9 million allocation down payment assistance program? I know what it's used for, but can you talk to me about the funding of it, and particularly how it relates to the teacher initiative programs? Well, a lot of people don't understand, in my experience in the Housing Committee, is the fact that loans given through that qualified under the Affordable Housing A30G Act. And it's kind of a double plus in the sense that people get home ownership, but getting loans through your organization thereby qualifies each of the municipalities to the moratorium with the qualification for A30G. So can you elaborate a little bit more about that $9 million, its allocation? And I think the second part, seeing the Secretary, the Commissioner of Housing behind you, how closely you work with the Department of Housing in regards to the interchange and sharing of funds that we allocate through bonding.
Thank you, Senator Wong. The 9 million relates to what's called the DAP program, the Down Payment Assistance Program. The state has considered homeownership to be a very important aspect of its overall goals and policies for housing in the state. And so the DAP program goes back a number of years. I want to say at least 10, if not 20. It predates me for sure. The DAP program has played a very important role, even during the time Time to Own has been around. Time to Own came about as a way to counter the incredibly difficult market conditions for first-time home buyers who were experiencing, as you know, the market was experiencing, double-digit increases in sales price and interest rate inflation. And so what the down payment program has done is fill a gap that could not be filled by Time to Own. Time to Own borrowers, the state has thought it important to target certain types of borrowers through Time to Own. That is first-time home buyers who are below 100% of the area median income. So they're generally lower income households. They are those residents who have been and can demonstrate a 3-year residency requirement in Connecticut. And in addition, because these funds are so limited, we have instituted a front-end ratio of 30%, which means that anybody who cannot demonstrate that they will need these funds in order to qualify for our financing will not receive the Time to Own funds. However, there are other families above 100% AMI, those who cannot demonstrate a 3-year residency requirement, those who may have cannot demonstrate the front end ratio, but still you could utilize the down payment. As you know, down payment is a significant barrier to first-time home ownership, would be able to use the DAP program. And the DAP program is not forgivable. It's a repayable program. It is repaid over 30 years along with the first mortgage. And it's very important because it is being used to revolve previous DAP funds. So in addition to the $9 million infusion, we receive repayments and investment income, which is used in conjunction with the $9 million infusion to continue to make 40% of our first-time home buyers afford the down payment and closing costs. And the second part of the question with respect to the Department of Housing, we work very closely together.
Madam, I will follow up. I'm respectful of other
Okay.
colleagues' time, but I also want to thank you. And indeed, if you could share with this subcommittee the great work you're doing on the TAP program and how it addresses some of the affordable housing concerns, that would be much appreciated. But I wanted to extend that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming again. Appreciate it. I see that you have your down payment assistance program, your mortgage assistance program, and you mentioned rental assistance. That it seems to be all in one line item. You have the discretion to move the fund allocated to each of those programs because there's no real line item. Is that up to you, your
No,
authority?
it is not. We do not have discretion to move funds from one line item to another. The allocations are fairly static, and any reallocation would require the bond commission's approval.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good to see you all today. I'm especially happy to see you today because, you know, I've sat on this committee for 7 years and CHFA has over that time been one of the biggest users of our capital program, but has not had the opportunity to have a seat at the table because all the funds flow through DOH, the trust fund, and the flex fund. And quite frankly, I think that's a problem in the way that we do business in terms of our capital program at the state and the bond commission. I mean, we look at agency requests on a very granular level. We talk about the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner needing facility, and we talk about what that building actually looks like. And that is, I believe, a $2 million request. But at the same time, the programs that you all are mentioning, which are very, very important, very impactful, have these, you know, large buckets of money that have to flow through Department of Housing. And as Rep. Piscopo just pointed out, you know, we're authorizing those large buckets, but we don't historically authorize line items within those funds. And frankly, I think that's a problem. And I think, you know, to my fellow subcommittee members, you know, I think that it is not a good way to do business, especially with the importance of these programs. And again, as many people as they reach and just the sheer numbers of it, you know, the fact that, you know, these programs are one of the largest users of our capital program. I have no problem with the amount that is being authorized or allocated. But again, I think it should be more directed to CHFA and to the specific programs. So to that point, I do have one question about time to own. I wanted to give you just a quick opportunity to talk about the utilization of that program, the burn rate of the funds that have been allocated. I can tell you working tangentially, and I've told you this before, in the real estate market as an attorney doing closings, I hear from all the realtors how quickly they go through those funds, how much the realtors, the lenders and the home buyers rely on those funds being there and how disappointed they are when they run out. So just talk a little bit about how quickly those funds have been utilized, how much, just to remind us, is being asked for right now, how long we'd anticipate those funds being able to carry us through, and what the demand has been like for that program.
Thank you for that question, Representative Doucette. Good to see you as well. The demand for time to own has definitely not abated. We're finding that the seasonality of reservations affects the burn rate. So in other words, you know, the winter has traditionally been, I'm sure you know, has been a time when we've seen a slight decline in the volume of reservations. But one of the things that we did early on was to expand the lender network that we work with so that we can reach all corners of the state of Connecticut. And we're extremely pleased with the extent to which we've been able to expand our network and our reach to bring home ownership to all towns. The burn rate is approximately, and I think it varies based on seasonality, but it's around $1.5 million a week. What makes it difficult is that right now we have about $9.8 million that is uncommitted. We expect to run out of those funds. When I say run out, I mean reserve by mid-May, if not a little bit sooner. And what makes it difficult is the fact that when there are gaps in funding, and often that can just result from, there being delays perhaps, or just in unequal number of bond commission meetings that would result in a gap in funding. And so we've tried to manage expectations, and we've, been able to bridge that gap for a short period of time, to the extent we know that the bond commission has met and has approved or there's a request out to bond commission for the funding. But the gap is definitely problematic, because you could have home buyers who are in the process of seeking a reservation from CHFA and could be left hanging for a number of weeks. And so that does create a reputational risk for the state for an otherwise extremely well-run and well-regarded program.
Right, right. And we don't want to see those gaps, and certainly want to support that program with the authorization as recommended. I'm glad the governor has made a separate, called out time to own within the budget, again, within the trust fund. I think it should be a separate authorization in the bond bill. And I think we should fully fund that program, which is important. But I could go on, but in the interest of time, I appreciate you being here. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And thank you all for being here today, and thank you for your presentation. We ask that you just stay for DOH in case there's any overlapping
Absolutely.
questions. Awesome, thank you for that.
Thank you.
And the good folks from the Department of Housing are here, and so if you all want to just come up and get settled and begin a short presentation when you're ready, that would be great. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner. Nice to have you and your team here today.
Good morning, Representative Napoli, distinguished members of the committee, Senator Miller. I'm here with my team, and I will allow them to introduce themselves, starting with our Deputy Commissioner.
Good morning, Deputy Commissioner Julian Pierce.
Good morning, Melvin Castillo, CFO.
Good morning, Mike Santoro, the Director of Policy Research and Housing Support at the department.
Thank you very much for having us here, and just to talk a little bit about the work that we have been doing. I did submit our written testimony about the bonding and the request from the governor. Just want to give you some highlights of the work that we have been doing. So since in 2023, from the last 2 years, we have completed a little over 3,000 units, utilizing $179 million from the bonds, has raised basically another $660 million for a total of $839 million in development activities. That is like, for every dollar that we invest from the state, we bring $4. And on the construction right now, we have 6,400 units, which represents $346 million investment from the state, leveraging $1.9 billion for a total of $2.3 billion in activities. That is 1 to 5. For every dollar we invest from the state, we bring $5. And that is in collaboration with the resources from the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority, as well as the private sector when we bring equity investors and some of the banks working with us. The other thing that I just want to mention briefly is that the Department of Housing right now is completing the 5-year comprehensive plan. And we have a draft right now. So the highlights of that draft and what we want to direct our work in the next couple of years is affordability, to do and to produce more units that are at between 30% and 50% of the area median income. Another recommendation from the consultant is also to make sure that we build housing for seniors that have fixed income. So we will be doing some restructuring on the deals that we're gonna be making specifically to target those individuals between 30 and 50%. We also are working with about a dozen towns. We're providing technical assistance to make sure that they get to implement their affordable housing plans. So we're providing some not only technical assistance, but also financial resources. So, and overall, as you all know, the needs is everywhere. So we're trying to build for all type of residents and income, as well as to make sure that we provide some housing for those individuals that are homeless. So our goal is to build some studios that will provide housing to our homeless population, including services within those developments. So I will stop there and I'm open for any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for that very good, well-researched presentation. We appreciate it. I'll just dive into a couple of questions that I have around flexible housing and the housing trust fund. Those are two of your largest programs, by the way, right? And so I'm looking at some of the unallocated balances, and the allocations really haven't kept pace with the unallocated balances. And so can you speak to that a little bit on perhaps how maybe this subcommittee can really help get some of that money out so we can build affordable housing and market rate housing?
Sure. The reason why we haven't used all the funds allocated these past 2 years is because there were all allocations about $375 million from previous years. So what we have been trying to do is to not get rid of, but utilize all those resources first while we have been building our pipeline. I think we submitted a report where we have about a little over 3,000 units in the pipeline that will be that we are processing for the money that we have right now. So we utilized 375,000. We have used 271 million. So sorry about million, 271 million from our current allocation. And we are submitting a request to the Bond Commission for $225 million in this next Bond Commission.
Great.
To utilize those resources. And then the other resources are already will be utilized with the pipeline that we have.
Okay, great. No, thank you for that. And so my next question is around supportive housing. And so yesterday was National Autism Day, right? And so, this General Assembly passed some really good bipartisan legislation to make some improvements there. And so I'm seeing the unallocated of $8.5 million. And so is there standalone funding there, or do you leverage maybe trust and flex for some of those programs?
Yes. Those resources will be actually they have been committed. You're talking about the Department of Developmental Services?
Correct.
Yes. So what we're doing is we are utilizing some of the projects that are already in the pipeline, and then we'll infuse some of those resources to make sure that those individuals get access to those units.
And Commissioner, you have another program in here that deals with supportive housing. Can those be merged, or is it important for you all as an agency to keep them separate?
IDASH.
It's the IDASH program?
Yes, it's important because it provides us with the opportunity to provide some operating support to some of the units that we are developing. And we will be utilizing those, not in the next bond commission, but the following one. So we're trying to be mindful of the
Yep.
resources that we ask for at the time that we need them. So they are committed, but we don't need them yet because units are under construction.
That's fine. Okay, great. And so my co-chair is nice enough to let me take one of her questions. And so, so last year, this subcommittee really wanted to address homelessness. And so in the bond bill, we asked DOH no longer than October 1st of 2024 to send us a criteria of eligibility of what our cities and towns can do to improve shelters and really get a grip on some of the homelessness that's happening. Has there been any progress made there?
Yes, we have been working through the interagency council. We have a steering committee of service providers. And one of the main issues that they brought to us is that when we do supportive housing and we're trying to bring some of our homeless, chronic homeless, really sometimes they have difficult time to maintaining them in those units because they need deep services. They need more than what the supportive units in that particular development provides. So the goal right now, working with the steering committee, is to build 250 studios, between 250 and 300 studios with services from mental health to addiction and other medical services that this population may need. So we are in the stages of working with the service providers to develop a guidelines of what is needed in those developments. We don't just want to build or put it out. We want to make sure that there is a guidance in what else do we need to, what are the amenities that these developments will need in order to provide the services that our residents deserve.
No, that's great. Thank you for your response. And we're certainly glad that you're tracking this very closely. We appreciate that. And what we can do as a subcommittee to help, just feel free to let us know.
Thank you.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Commissioner, good to see you always. Can you share with me a little bit in regards to the incentive housing zone program, particularly on the healthcare side? I think that when it was initiated, it was a very interesting program. What's been the progress on that in regards to the healthcare workforce? Interested in that from the standpoint of the
So two questions in there, right? The incentive housing zone, I'm going to ask Michael to speak a little bit about that, and then we'll talk about the medical housing.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Senator Wong. Always a pleasure. The incentive housing zone program, I don't want to say is stagnant. We're actually trying to reinvigorate that program. As the Commissioner indicated a little while ago, we're working with about a dozen communities now and helping them to implement their local municipal affordable housing plans. And we've had new inquiry into the incentive housing zone program and the grants that go with that. There are planning grants that can be accessed under IHZ. It really is contingent on that local initiative, that local drive. And part of what we are doing as part of this technical assistance activity is to help communities to reinvigorate and engage with their communities to build that groundswell for interest in that kind of action at the local level.
Thank you, Michael. And yes, we do go a long way back. I think one of the challenges is the incentive program has been a longstanding program, and it's been greatly underutilized. And one of the challenges I've heard from many of the municipalities who opted not to participate is the onerous process. And is there any way we can help to be able to kind of ease the pathway or maybe kind of reinvigorate, allow us as legislators representing various communities that are looking to address the affordable housing issue to kind of revisit that program? Now, dare I say, Michael, that program's been in existence since back to Governor Malloy and has not been utilized. I think it's been forgotten. So my thought is if you could share with this subcommittee the 12 communities you cited that you've been in conversations with, and to be able to maybe share some of the requirements that you ask for participating municipalities, so that maybe perhaps for many of us that face that challenge of affordable housing needs, to be able to kind of revisit that with our municipal leaders to see if we can re-engage as liaisons to kind of help facilitate that, because it's unfortunate. It's a program that's been sitting there with cash that's underutilized. When we're talking about a affordable housing crisis in this state, it seems to be a disconnect. And my hope is through this kind of engagement and allowing us as legislators to be a liaison to help facilitate that. Now, the second question, if the chair is allowing, was the healthcare workforce as well. Thank you.
Senator, we have been working with a couple of developers and municipalities, and we have one specifically in Waterbury with the St. Mary Hospital, which the city has a property next door to it, and it's going to be a conversion to healthcare workers. So we're working very closely with them. It just take a little time to put projects together.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming and team. Appreciate it. The House Receivership Fund, it has an awful lot of money in unallocated, about 50 million. I've never quite understood it. Over the years, it just seems to be there. And one of my goals this year is to re-examine all the unallocated funds and try and see what's available to relieve the taxpayer of Connecticut.
Yeah, thank you for that question, and you're absolutely right. We have those resources and we cannot utilize it. It's receivership. If a municipality has a receivership, but they want to utilize those resources, then it come to us. So Michael, do you want to add anything else on that?
Thank you, Commissioner, and Representative Piscopo. We could not agree with you more. As a matter of fact, we've had a conversation and a request for some modification to Public Act 23-205, which was the original authorizing legislation for that $50 million. We have an instance where we could make use of those funds in a receivership instance, but the current language limits it to receiverships as a result of rental housing. We have a quasi homeownership activity that's not currently eligible to access those funds. So we're going to be passing through, hopefully this committee, some minor language change, which would allow us to in fact access and use those funds. But as the commissioner pointed out, it is really a reactive pot of money. A municipality has to take a receivership action, after which they can then come to us to access those funds.
I understand. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. It looks like we have a question from Representative Wilson online. Representative Wilson online.
Yep. Did you guys, thank you again, Mr. Chair. I've got just one real question, maybe for DOH as well as CHFA. I would like to know, within Eastern Connecticut, how many individuals have been able to utilize the time to own program, as well as developers utilize some of the DOH programs in Eastern Connecticut. And the reason I'm asking this question is we have seen a significant increase in Eastern Connecticut within homelessness over the last year, as well as one of the biggest concerns we hear from constituents within some of the programs is the opportunities are limited based off of the funds available. And so many of them miss out on it. And so I know you probably don't have it right on you, but a follow-up answer I would like is to see how many individuals within Eastern Connecticut have been able to utilize some of the programs.
So we have that information, but we can get it to you. I don't have, in Norwich, we have 124 individuals that have access TTO, and in New London, 86. So I have the list, and I can send you that list for individual towns, Representative Wilson. And the other question was? The what? Oh, I can also send you the list of the breakdown. We do have that list. Gave it to the Senator Austin, but we have
Yep.
done units in New London, and Norwich. And then we'll send you the numbers of units that we have, built.
Excellent. And just for me, the other concern would be some of the surrounding towns besides Norwich and New London. And the reason I say that is we've got some of the other towns that are trying to do some work, and how we are able to utilize some of those individuals that are working in New London and Groton at some of our larger employers, such as Electric Boat, Hartford Healthcare Facilities, Pfizer's, the sub base, the Coast Guard, and things of that sort. And so we want to, that's one of the other big, pushes for us. The other question that I have is, and I think I've asked this before, is the thought of, we do the time to own program. Have there been thoughts of doing other things besides the time to own program that would be beneficial to individuals?
So the CHFA runs both TTO and also utilize the DAP program, which is the down payment assistant. TTO gets up to 100% of AMI for those individuals that are looking to be first-time homeowners. The down payment assistance program goes up to 120%. So they do have several programs. What we're trying to do is that organizing a marketing events. I think education sometimes doesn't flow to the communities that we need them to know the different programs. So Norwich and New London will be two of the areas where we're going to be doing a little more marketing events.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we would love to have your participation and support, Representative Wilson.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thanks for being here. You heard my sort of editorial comment earlier about my frustration with the bond funds through DOH. No reflection, you guys are doing fantastic work. It's more a editorial comment that really should be directed, I think, at the governor's office and OPM with the way that historically these funds have flowed. But I do have two specific questions, sort of shifting gears. Crumbling foundations, there's 25 million in FY26. I just wanted to confirm that you've worked with CFSIC and Mr. McLaris. I've spent some time with him. I'm out in that neck of the woods, and he has said, in his very sometimes dramatic way, but very effective way, I think, of communicating that if he had the sufficient funds to deploy, that he would be able to banish the crumbling foundations problem from Connecticut. So my question for you is the 25 million, the request from CFSIC, is that enough, you think, in line with what CFSIC has identified to eliminate and satisfy all the demand for that program?
Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Duquette. No, the short answer is $25 million, and as well as the total of $100 million being recommended by the governor is not sufficient to eliminate the crumbling foundation issue. Would it address the immediate need? The short answer is yes. The crumbling foundation issue is a long-term issue. That is, we won't see negative results on some foundations for another 15 or 20 years. If we were to replace all of the potentially affected foundations, it would require more than what the governor is currently proposing, but we have time. And I think that's the benefit here, is if we continue to allocate on a regular basis sufficient bond dollars relative to the activity, eventually we will be able to resolve the issue.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to circle back with him just to confirm, because he's thrown some of these numbers, and maybe it's a while since I connected with him on it. I think what we've found is that the problem was probably not as widespread as we had initially feared, looking at that, the way that program has been utilized and the demand on it. And we've been rolling, we've hit, I don't know what it is now, 1,200 homes or something like that. So we're working our way through it. And I do realize that it's got to be staggered over time, but just want to make sure that we are definitely moving the ball forward in this in this year's budget for sure. My second question was about I saw yesterday the governor had a press conference about some new programs.
Yes.
I'm unfamiliar with those. I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk a little about those. And are those coming, where are the funds coming from for those new programs?
Sure. Thank you for that question. And a couple of things I wanted just to go back. I don't take anything personal. However, the TTO, Time to Own program, is the Department of Housing governor. We did sign the program, and then we look for better ways to administer instead of us creating another department. We look at CHFA because they do the first-time home buyer program also. So to pair ends. So it's our program administered by CHFA. They brought a lot of their knowledge into it, but that's why the governors is in the DOH bonds. And the same thing with Bill for CT. So the governor wanted to create a
But
program.
DOH has never originated loans to individual borrowers.
No,
No.
no,
So,
but
I mean,
but
obviously
it was
makes
the down
sense.
payment because we have administered down payment assistance program where we utilize nonprofits to do the down payment assistance program. So this way we wanted, if the bank is underwriting a mortgage, should be able to underwrite also the down payment assistance. So that's what it was created. The question, the new programs. So $30 million was announced yesterday for 3 different programs. One is TTO, the legislation put in $10 million for those individuals that have acquired homes with TTO, with Time to Own, to do any improvement in their housing. So that's bonds, $10 million that was committed 2 years ago. ECL is our energy conservation program. That one is through the fees that we receive from, Michael, help me?
In part, it's funded through contributions from the large energy providers here in the state.
Yes, so we receive some resources, and that's the energy conservation program that we have. And the third one is the gap finance for smaller developers and smaller contractors and smaller projects, 1 to 2 home. This is specifically for homeownership, 2 or 3 houses, especially in the urban areas. And the city of Hartford matched $2 million for that program. So it's been administered by 2 CDFIs, HDF and C4C, because they also bring resources to the table. They bring the construction lending for these smaller contractors.
But the DOH funds are coming through the trust fund or?
For the gap finance comes from the bond through the trust or flex.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And the TTO, you mentioned, those are for existing borrowers who have active loans and?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. I did have a couple questions just to follow up on some of my colleagues. I wanted to specifically ask about the dollars that had been unallocated for supportive housing for persons with intellectual disabilities and autism spectrum disorder. I saw in some of the notes that there was mention of this work being built into other programmatic activity. And I wanted to understand that a bit more, especially having, constituents who not only have advocated for this funding to be allocated, but also rightly are concerned that if these dollars fall under some other programmatic work, that we will lose the focus on housing for our IDD community. And therefore, I was hoping you could share with the subcommittee a little bit more information about this and how we're going to make sure that this continues to be a focus.
Sure. Thank you for that question. I think I tried to answer it before. So what we're doing is that for projects that we have already in the pipeline, we're utilizing some of these resources to make sure that those units are built in a more fashionable way instead of starting another program from the beginning. So right now we have 45 units that are in the finance stages that will be dedicated and will utilize these funds into those units. As I mentioned before, we do not request the bond authorization until we get those projects ready to proceed to close. So we have trying to actually accelerate the process of building these units.
Thank you for that. Do you have a listing of where those units
Yes.
have been placed? If you could share that, I think with the subcommittee, that would be helpful. And if there's any other projects that are in the pipeline that particularly address this population, that would be very helpful for us to know.
Yes, we'll send you the list.
Okay, thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
then secondly, just kind of a bigger picture question, as someone who also serves on the transportation committee, we have chatted with the commissioner, really kind of asking him, and I'd ask you the same thing, how, kind of can we best coordinate our agencies, especially around some of our core efforts to, make sure that we're building more vibrant neighborhoods and communities where there is accessible transit, where there's walkable, bikeable communities. And I'm really kind of curious to understand in all of these kind of capital efforts and requests that you all have, is there a focus or is there a through line of how these projects are, utilizing efforts around transit-oriented development, utilizing and supporting communities who are pursuing efforts to link transit and housing together?
We are working together. We are trying to make sure that we utilize those sites, I should say, in those projects that come to us as transit-oriented developments. In West Hartford is one of our examples where we have, I don't know if you read the article in the newspaper yesterday, Kamala, which is very close to the transportation and walkable to the downtown. So we continue doing that. However, we also continue working in our smaller towns, which they don't have the transportation. And they also need the housing. So we are looking at all that.
And are there particular programs that have incentives around supporting transit-oriented development, or, and I would also say, are there programs you're making sure that don't disincentivize transit-oriented development?
Yes, the 9% low-income housing tax credit actually gives his points to transit-oriented developments.
And are there any programs that are disincentivizing transit-oriented
No.
development? Okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, I really appreciate the focus on this and appreciate you all coming before us. And if you can share again that list related to units with a particular focus on our IDD community, that would be much
Will do.
appreciated. Okay. Thank you
you.
so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions for the commissioner and her staff? Representative Pelio.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you for being here. Thank you to your team. This has been extremely helpful. Just two follow-up questions and around time to own. A lot of the information. Thank you for being so prepared today and looking at the impact in your written testimony. I wanted to ask, you mentioned the 3,000 units that have come online over the last several years. In terms of the towns and municipalities, you go back to time to own, over 150 of our municipalities are represented with the time to own program. With those 3,000 units that have come online and the additional units in the pipeline, how many municipalities and towns are represented in those numbers? Where is the development happening? Where are these units coming online? I'd be interested to kind of dig a little bit more into where that is happening, to follow up on the TOD questions that were just answered or asked and answered. How is that kind of playing out and where is that development taking place?
A lot of them are in New Haven. Is our biggest, the city that with a lot of developments, but we do have a list and we can send you that list. But usually our bigger towns, New Haven, Bridgeport, in New London actually is getting some more units. And then we have some of the towns like Enfield. We have units building over there. We have Wethersfield. So we can send you the list, definitely. I was looking at it, but the cities always are on top of those developments.
And just a follow up to that, thank you for that information. Around CIF, how much has CIF played as a catalyst to be able to move these projects at the pace that we're talking about right now. Obviously, CIF a focus of the legislature and of this committee, finance, but just as a way to move things faster. We talked about timing before. There were some great questions around time to own, about lapses, about burn rates, but lag time being improved as there's a more consistency around some of the projects that are happening through CIF. Can you talk about how that has served as a catalyst to spur and to increase the numbers of new units coming online?
Thank you for that question. It has been very helpful. We actually we work very closely with the Department of Economic and Community Development. We process those grants that are for housing, since some of those projects come to us for additional resources. So we do the underwriting. We're trying to not duplicate work and just expedite the process of where they are. But it has been very helpful working with DCD.
So you do feel like there is a more expedited process or less lag time, if I can ask the question that way?
Working together, yes, because we're not, DECD is not doing the underwriting, is DOH, and if CHFA is involved. So we'll utilize our expertise in those two areas.
Thank you for that information. Thank you for the work that you and your team do and put forward. And I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and your team for coming out today and doing a great presentation. A quick question. I see lots of funding that is made available for first-time owners, low-income people, but I really, unless I'm missing it somewhere here, spelled out for seniors. What about seniors? We have such a huge need and demand for assistance with some of our seniors for housing, et cetera.
Several of our developments are for seniors, so we are actually incentivizing more senior housing, and especially, as Senator Miller mentioned before, for those that are below 50% of area median income. That's what our study shows, that we have an increase of about 17% elderly, and we weren't building senior housing in the past, so we are a little behind, and we're trying to make sure that we continue that process.
Thank you for that. Can you tell me, is there a specific dollar amount that you've allocated specifically for seniors, though?
No, our program, so what we're trying to do is to tell developers, hey, we're open for business for seniors housing for one-bedroom apartments. And we have some of the developers that have responded to that. So we're working with them. Our resources are flexible, so we can use it for elderly, for families. Doesn't need to be a specifically, but is one of our main goal for these 2 years that we have, the next 2 years.
Okay, so, and thank you. So is there a percentage that these builders are trying to shoot for when they are, planning this? They all are looking for ways to make sense, to be able to manage the projects, to operate the projects for the long term, and also to make some returns. However, going back to your question about dedicated resources to the senior, there is the 202 from HUD, and this past year, actually, Connecticut got about 3 projects that were funded, and we are contributing to those resources. And those are really deep affordable units because it also brings operating resources. So it's basically for 30% and 50% of AMI. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Commissioner, one last question. And so, one of the biggest challenges really is new construction. And so not just here in Connecticut, by the way, nationwide. And so, the subcommittee is always looking for best practices to see what other states are doing to really address how we can build more affordable housing and market rate housing for workforce housing for people in Connecticut. And so our understanding is Massachusetts has a program where developers or cities and towns could apply to really improve or upgrade infrastructure in that area, because developers want upgraded infrastructure, right? They want upgraded water and utilities and other things, right? And so are you familiar with the program in Massachusetts?
Yes,
and have they had success with it?
I don't know if have been successful, but
this year, the other goal that we have is also to incentivize startup homes. And for startup homes and subdivisions, there is a lot of infrastructure needed because of the water and sewer, as you mentioned. So we are incentivizing in our programs are allowed to utilize about 51. If we are providing affordable housing for at least 51% of those residents, we are allowable to use our resources for that. So we're going to be looking at that and working with Michael and his units to make sure that we follow all our process, but we also provide that incentive. Otherwise, it's very difficult to make the project work because of the expenses of infrastructure.
Okay, no, that's great, great. And so, Commissioner, we thank you and your staff for being here today. 1 second. Our colleague, Senator Miller.
Sorry, I just need to piggyback on what my co-chair had mentioned. So when you talk about the infrastructure, and I know that the urban site centers are being overflowed with housing development. What about rural areas? So, you know, we have all these programs, first-time home buyer programs. Are people who live in rural areas able to take advantage of them? Or
Yes.
is the infrastructure an issue? Because I know developers in the rural areas, I think I'm from the city, but I know there's propane and the sewer line, the tank, well, I forgot what they call it. So I know that developers have to put in lines and, you know, the water and sewage. So is there anything, the monies that we use, are they prohibitive where developers can't go into rural areas to develop?
Thank you for that question. Very important. We actually have been able to do a lot of the infrastructure with CDBG, especially in Litchfield. I was just looking at some videos of the modular homes that they're bringing in. So we're working with smaller projects, 9 houses that they're building because that's what they need. So through the CDBG, the infrastructure, and through our resources, we're able to do that. We also have in Norfolk another development of 10 houses for sale, where we did CDBG infrastructure, and then the resources from the bonds are able to do the buildings. So we are in collaboration and working very closely, especially Litchfield has been very active in making sure that those resources that we have get to those smaller towns.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, I apologize. I thought I was going to be able to get you out of here a little earlier, but there's a couple more questions. And so Representative Constantine online has a question.
Hi, sorry for ruining your timetable over here. Commissioner, thank you so much. Really appreciated hearing all the questions from my colleagues and your answers. Hey, I just had a question regarding, because we've had a lot with, heard from Department of Aging. We've heard a lot from healthcare workers, from our communities, from our schools regarding nursing. And I see there's kind of 2 related programs that you have here. Are there any plans regarding the developing housing for healthcare workers and also the grant and aids to nursing facilities? Or are you working with other departments in order to make plans?
For the healthcare workers, as I mentioned before, we are working with St. Mary Hospital in the city of Waterbury to utilize a school building that are actually next door that is vacated, and they're going to make it a healthcare workers housing. In Bristol, we have another program.
Yeah, yes. Thank you. With regard to the nursing home diversification funds, those are specifically intended to help close down nursing homes, convert their use. We do have a little bit of money left in that line item. We are looking for an opportunity to use those funds in conjunction with the Department of Social Services and their CMS grants. That is a collaborative effort between our 2 agencies with further input from the Department of Public Health. We are looking for opportunities to use those funds at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. For the second time, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up. I didn't think I allowed you the opportunity in respect for other people to talk about the use of the 20 million authorization for the healthcare workforce housing. And I do believe there was a required report on the status of the program by January 1st, 2023. Was that created and submitted? And did the states find partners to be able to jointly do this program? Because as part of the governor's workforce council, healthcare staffing and needs is critical. So I didn't give you the opportunity to answer that question. So if you could elaborate a little bit more, and if there is that report that was created and made available.
Thank you, Senator Wong. And with regard to the report, there was no activity had been able to be achieved at that time. We were negotiating, I want to say, with 3 different healthcare organizations to try to get something off the ground. We were not successful in doing so at that time. We have since been able to engage at the municipal level with local healthcare facilities, as the commissioner indicated, both in the city of Waterbury and in the city of Bristol. We are very hopeful that those projects will get moved forward and we will actually be able to produce some healthcare worker housing. So with regard to the report in 2023, there was unfortunately nothing to report at that time. I believe we submitted a letter to that effect at that time. We'll try to dig that out and get it to you, Senator, just so you have it. But we are very hopeful that based on the current projects that we are evaluating, that we will actually get really 2 very effective projects in communities that need that activity.
Thank you. The report that was never created, where was it going to the committee of cognizance?
It would have gone to the committees of cognizance. Again, we can look back. I'll check our files from 23 and see if we can get that to you.
And is the 20 million that was allocated, indeed allocated, is it still sitting in the account and unused?
We have not gone to bond commission for that that money yet, so those authorizations are still available. But again, we cross my fingers. Within the next 6 months, we hope to make some decisions on moving those projects forward.
Terrific. That would be a real point of interest for our healthcare entities that need staffing. And I think it's an incentive. I remember working on that. So again, thank you, Mr. Chair. And indeed, this is just a hearing, but I get the sense that we'll be following up quite often with the commissioner's office. And I want to extend my appreciation to the commissioner, to all your staff and their readily availability to us. So thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any further questions for the Housing Commissioner or her staff? Seeing none, Commissioner, thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it. And so our governor and our legislative leaders have made historic investments in housing. And we feel like we have the right team in place to get things done. And we appreciate your efforts. And if we can help in any way, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a short recess until 12 noon, and then at 12 noon, we will have Connecticut Innovations before the subcommittee. See you shortly. Okay, good afternoon. We are going to reconvene the bonding subcommittee agency hearings. With us this afternoon to get us started here is Connecticut Innovations. And so thank you all for being here. And you may begin your short presentation to our subcommittee.
Four thousand employees who work for our 250 or so companies. Thank you for the opportunity to come in and give you an update. It's been a long time, I think, since I've been up here and giving you all a briefing. So really pleased to be here, have a conversation about what we've been doing and answer any questions you have. So I'll start off with a few stats, but I'm gonna try and keep it to 10 minutes or so. So I do want to keep time for us. And I also want to put you all at ease and say that we're not here for asking for any funding. We don't need any bonding dollars. We're not going to be back here in the next biennium. Like I've talked to Senator Miller about this, like we're good. And so you all can enjoy the rest of your lunch.
We can't tell you how much we appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. So just a few data points to help you sort of frame who we are. We are the state's venture capital fund. We're quasi-public. We have 27 full-time employees. When Phil and I got involved, we were around 87. We're down to 27. And at the same time, the number of companies that we work with has gone from around, around 80 or so to 250 companies. Our employee count went from below 1,000 to over 4,000 employees in the state. There's probably another 2,000 to 4,000 employees inside these companies outside the state as well. Those companies have billions of dollars in revenues, but they do not have profits. And this is actually the reason why CI exists. So we get involved with the company before it's profitable, very often before they even have a business plan. Usually it's oftentimes a founder who has a good idea and is thinking about how do I get this business off the ground? And our job is to help them get the business up and running and funded, but also to keep them in the state. And that's kind of the essence of who CI is. You know, as you think about all the companies that are most important companies in the state, from Travelers to Aetna to GE to United Technologies down the road, et cetera. You sort of go through the list of companies that pop to mind when you think of Connecticut. Most of them, the headquarters have moved out of the state of Connecticut, which is fine. They have a lot of employees still here. They're still a really important fabric of our economy. But when you look forward, and that you know that the decisions about those companies are not being made here, being made in Massachusetts or elsewhere, it's hard to rely on them entirely for the future growth of the state of Connecticut. Where are our kids going to work? Where are our grandkids going to work? And so our role is to help find the companies that are going to become the next Travelers, the next Aetna, the next General Electric. And I think if you look at, I don't know if any of you follow our LinkedIn, but there was just an announcement that Lauren put out there this week about how 3 of our companies were in a magazine called Fast Company. So Fast Company for our world is the leading publication for technology innovation and startups and venture capital. And Athletic Brewing was the #1 company on the planet for innovation and consumer. Butterfly was the #1 company on the planet for energy. And P2 Sciences was the #2 company on the planet for advanced manufacturing technology. That's a huge claim. And to be listed along the likes of NVIDIA, Duolingo, you know, we literally were being paired up with the top companies from around the globe. And our companies are now standing up well. So it's a real claim to fame. So I want to move off the data points though, and give you tell you 2 or 3 stories, depending on how much time I have. So one of our companies was founded by Dr. Reed Waldman, who was a faculty member and was working at the University of Connecticut. And he was a dermatologist. He was 30 under 30. He was in Hartford magazine. I think when we met him, he was like 25, 26, kind of like a Doogie Howser, boy wonder type. And he had an idea for wart patches. And we saw him pitch at a Yukon event right here in Hartford. And he wasn't really getting much traction, but we took an interest. We thought what he was doing was compelling, and we gave him some seed funding. So the proof of concept fund was approved in 21 by this committee. It was sponsored by Senator Farah, and it's for $100,000 equity investments into really early stage companies. Senator Farah thought that CI was not taking enough risk, which I think was funny because we took more risk than anybody out there. But we've been using those. So I think we've used since 2021, we've given 47 companies those proof of concept dollars. And one of them is Veridermics, which was Dr. Reed Waldman's company. So fast forward, we connected him to Vlad Chorich, who was the CEO of Biohaven, which is a $13 billion company, or was a $13 billion company that's now part of Pfizer. It's now like $4 or $5 billion company in New Haven. It's started up again. And Vlad got involved, helped them find a new product for hair growth. So hair growth for men and for women. And so they in-licensed the asset. And so they went from doing wart patches to becoming a hair growth company, as well as a treatment for something called molluscum. And fast forward to today, this has all happened in the last 3 or 4 years. He just closed a $75 million round. He's going out now to raise additional capital, and the bankers are talking about taking the company public, helping him raise $1 billion over the next 2 or 3 years. And the company's still here in Connecticut. So I'm not saying it's because of CI, but I can tell you the company was struggling to raise capital. It would have taken a lot longer. And those connections that Connecticut brings to the fore are what keeps him here in Connecticut. And the relationships that Vlad and others brought to the table are what enabled him to raise $75 million to in-license that product, which is going through phase 3 clinical trial right now with men and women. And it could be a great success story for Connecticut. Another program which was passed in the same time, 2021, is something around innovation. So we refer to it as Innovation Lab, or the Governor's Innovation Lab. It was pushed forward by Josh Jabal and CI in order to help Connecticut companies in our portfolio to connect them to the state as a customer. So the US has a Buy America thing, right? Like if you're getting R&D funding from the US federal government, 20% of that grant needs to go to small companies, but we don't really do that in Connecticut. In fact, in our 35-year history, we had never had a single company have the state of Connecticut as a customer, which is crazy. We've got, you all know the size of the budget. And so we moved the bill forward. And one great example of what we're doing there is, I'm sure you all have heard about the GLP-1 drugs, right? The Ozempics, the Mounjaros, these drugs that are out there fighting obesity and helping people with diabetes. If you're a state of Connecticut employee now, and you want to get on Ozempic, or you want to get on Mounjaro, you want to get on one of the other GLP-1 drugs to help control your cravings, to help you, reduce your weight, you will go through a company called Flight Health, which is a company in our portfolio that we brought forward. We worked on it with Comptroller Scanlon and his office, provided the data showing them how this company could be beneficial, how in some cases the patient doesn't need to be on the expensive GLP-1. If all the patients wanted to be on the GLP-1 drug had been on it, it could have blown a huge hole in the state's budget. And so in some cases, putting them onto the generics, which are just as good for that patient, is the right course of medicine. And so our company helps state of Connecticut employees and others get a doctor, get the appointments, get the mental health treatment that they need, get the other services that they need, get on a health plan, and it helps them navigate that journey. And I can tell you from personal family experience, it is a really complicated journey. And without Flight Health to help you get through all those different steps to get to your drug, which you need to get your weight and your health under control, it's extraordinarily difficult. And so Flight Health is going to save the state of Connecticut tens of millions of dollars over the coming years. Had it not been for CI and our introduction in the state of Connecticut, connecting them to the state as a customer, I don't even know if they would have made it. And they've since gone on to raise another $15 million. They're doing incredibly well. They've got customers around the country. Checking time. right, I'll tell you one more really quick story. There's a founder who Senator Miller probably knows, Andre Swanston, because he's in your district. We met him at a conference in Philadelphia of all places. But Andre grew up in the Bronx. Both of his parents were teachers, got a scholarship to Taft, got into University of Connecticut, and 2 or 3 years out of college, decided he didn't want to be a banker and hooked up with one of his buddies from Taft, Connecticut school. And they started a company. Connecticut got involved. CI invested in him again with proof of concept. It was really like the two of them and a clown and a pony in their garage. Not much of a plan, but we believed in them and their vision for what they were doing. And fast forward 6 or 7 years, Andre and his wife, Michelle, sold the company for over $100 million, created great intergenerational wealth for themselves. They actually stayed in the company, TransUnion, which is now in
You have reached the justifying time frame. If you could please summarize.
Oh, yeah, thank you. All right, great. So just to wrap it up, he's now doing a soccer team. He has a license for a soccer team in Bridgeport. He's building a stadium in Bridgeport, and he's a huge part of the fabric of Stanford and the state of Connecticut. And that's kind of what we do. So we find entrepreneurs, we find founders who we believe in, venture backable people. We give them the funding, we give them the support, we bring them customers, bring them relationships, we help them hire, and we help those companies grow. And the reason we do that is so that Connecticut is going to continue to hold its place as a center for innovation, not just in the US, but globally. So thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, and thank you for certainly sharing those success stories with the subcommittee. I'm sure you have a lot more, and so we really enjoy hearing them. Quick question that I have for you before I turn over to my co-chair is, what are some of the requirements, for companies who receive CI resources, that a percentage of their business or company stay in Connecticut or work with Connecticut vendors, or does not a requirement exist?
Yeah, so it used to be 50% of the employees had to live and work in the state of Connecticut. Obviously, times have changed with the whole return to work thing. People are working all over the world now, and that requirement didn't make any sense. And so our board changed the policy. So now we need to show economic development here in the state. So we need to show that they're going to be an important contributor to the state. We sort of review that ourselves. We have an outside committee of board members, which are all appointed by legislators and governor's office, who will opine and decide whether or not they think the company has met those qualifications. But it's fairly loose. But what we hold companies to is we want to see jobs. We want to see executive level employees living and working in the state. And we want to be able to track their performance. Our two most important metrics, one is jobs, the other one is returns. And so we're heavily incentivized to make sure that the companies we back are hiring people in the state, and we help them do so. We have 2 full-time recruiters who in the last 12 months have placed over 100 employees into our companies, of which 70% were here in the state.
Great, thank you. Co-chair, Senator Miller.
Thank you. Hi, Matt. How are you? Good to see you. Glad that you were able to come. We felt that we needed to invite you so that we can highlight the work that you do. Question. You just mentioned that what the requirements are. So if you invest in a company, they're not required to stay here a certain number of years, or you invest and they can move their merry way?
That's correct.
But okay, we'll talk about it offline, but you said that you're doing this so that part of it, your mission was to have companies stay in the state. So if there's no requirement for them to stay in the state, how do you accomplish that goal?
So it's a very delicate dance. And as you can see from our growth from 800 employees to over 4,000 in the state, it's working because we are not large enough contributor to any individual round where we funded the company all ourselves. So we're never more than a third of a round. Very often we're 10% or less of a round. And these companies desperately need other investors to participate alongside of us. And so like last year, there was $1.2 billion invested into our companies that we brought into the state in most cases, but we only invested 50 of the 1.2 billion, right? Or 1.2 with 5 with our money. And so what we're trying to do is make it as attractive a company as possible, give them reasons to stay. But if they choose to leave, we're not going to force them. We're not going to put handcuffs on them, because if we did do that, then the other investors, that other $1.2 billion, would not want to invest alongside of us. And their dollars are super important and critical for the company's growth. And so we don't want to make CI's funding have all these contingencies that would make other people not want to invest in them. And then the company can't raise the capital that they need. So we've unshackled them for the most part. And we do it by incentivizing. We do it by a carrot, not a stick.
And just, you talked about the success, all the successes. Congratulations. It sounds great. And I know that couple, I didn't know that they came through your program. They started their business. Very nice couple. So the question is, you have successes. What about failures or projects that fold?
Yeah. So venture capital in general, it's a great question. The standard success rate is less than 50%, which, by the way, that means that 50% of the companies aren't going to create jobs either, right? So, we go in super early, Senator Miller. And so we're comfortable. We're like one of the weird state agencies where we're very comfortable with failure, and we embrace failure. We encourage our entrepreneurs to take risk. We encourage our team members to take risk. And so we live with that uncertainty every day. On the whole, the nice thing about having such a large portfolio is that we do expect our portfolio as a whole to be profitable. And so we're going to have some companies that are going to go to zero. And so so if I invest $1 million there, I need another company to give us back $2.1 in order to continue to do what we're doing. So we're very focused on the management of the portfolio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt, welcome. And you normally don't come before this committee. And I want to echo the sentiments of my Senate chair in saying part of the reason is for you to be able to share the work that you all do and for us to be better acquainted. We talk a lot about supporting businesses and entrepreneurial innovation in our state, but you all have been doing this since 1989. It's quite remarkable. I want to be able to compliment beyond that to say that since 1989, since your leadership, and I want to compliment you, you've changed the kind of culture and vision of CI. And I remember I've been in this legislature for 16 years. CI was a welcome, promised idea that was going to innovate and foster entrepreneurial zeal. But it was an old way of approaching finding entrepreneurs. I just perused your website. It's hip. It's kind of engaging.
That's her. That's Lauren. She does all that.
Right. And your building has kind of created that kind of energy. But maybe you do have in a garden and provide food like that to the people that visit. But my point is that you are adapting to the changing entrepreneurial initiatives that's focused. It's more than just about money. It's about that partnership, that kind of a shared vision in fostering the growth. So can you elaborate a little bit more on three of the strategic areas that I think is a focus for Connecticut and its business economic climate? One is the bioscience sector. Mm-hmm. The other is the digital technology and the AI innovation. But I think the third area is how we can collaborate and channel with some of the expert research of our esteemed universities in regards to pipeline. So if I could, in the indulgence in the chair, get your vision on those three particular areas where innovation can connect. And finally, my last point to those three questions would be, how does DECD work with you to kind of foster that same kind of entrepreneurial zeal? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong. I really appreciate it. So I can marry two of the questions together. I'll start with biosciences, and I know we're running out of time, so I'll try to be brief. So half of our portfolio is dedicated to life sciences. This committee set up the Connecticut Biosciences Innovation Fund in 2013. We're still investing out of that. It was actually supposed to have run out years ago, and we've extended the life of it by design. And we find our innovation in life sciences at Yale and UConn. So we talk to Yale and UConn every single day. We're by far the largest funder of life science research coming out of Yale. I'm very close personal friends with Rudenka and with Josh Ball and Mike Crair at Yale. So my counterparts, not they're way above me, but they treat me like a counterpart sometimes. But we work very, very closely, including we're also embedded in the AI Institute that UConn is working on down in Stanford, where we're trying to stand up a brand new facility to attract the world's best and brightest, to work with our companies, to develop the students and the talents in AI. I think that's an incredibly important initiative that Rudenka is championing and spearheading, and we will be part of helping recruit and hire the executive director. In fact, we're going to commit some dollars and resources to identifying the person, helping hire the person, and helping fund that person. So yeah, half of our portfolio is life sciences. We work hand in hand every day with our university partners who have $1.3 billion worth of research funding. I don't know where it's going to be next year with the NIH cuts. We're in a brave new world, and I can't predict what things are going to look like, but what I can tell you is that as long as the talent remains in those universities, we'll keep working with them and with the postdocs and the students who are doing the work and funding the brilliant ideas that come out of there. So AI, a third of our companies are AI enabled. We look at it, it's going to be 75% in a year. And in 2 years, it'll be every single company in our portfolio is going to be in some ways deeply committed to using AI and finding ways that it can help them speed up the development of their products, go to market, and capturing the data from their market. Lastly, on digital, we're committed ourselves to using AI, right? So we're spending a lot of time. Phil, who runs the budget and runs IT, is spending a lot of time with his team trying to identify how can we use AI, how can we speed up our processes, get smarter, get faster. And so we have a pretty serious commitment to using AI as a tool to improve our own services and how we do business, as well as making sure that we have a way to help our companies embed AI into what they're doing. And then the last thing is DECD. So
Matt, I'm sorry to interrupt. I want to respect other members here. I want to go offline with some additional follow-up. If
Please.
I could, I want to give to
Yeah.
the chair, other colleagues who want to ask you important questions as well.
Fine.
But I want to thank you. Thank you for your leadership and vision.
Thank you very much. I
Appreciate it.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Just a reminder, we have 5 minutes left. So please watch your questions. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So noted. Thank you, Matt, for coming. Positive message. Quick question on your unallocated balance. You have 11 million we see unallocated, haven't been asked for or authorized in a long time. Any comments on that?
Do you want to say something? Yeah.
Thank you very much. No,
Yeah.
that
No,
means
we
could take 10% of that.
yeah,
Oh,
we anticipate using it at some point. I would say we don't anticipate using it for neither this biennium nor the next biennium, for sure. But we try to kick it out as far down the road as possible. So I can't make a prediction about when we're going to need it, but I can tell you in the next 5 years, I can promise you we're not coming to you for that funding.
Thank you very much, Matt. Thank you, Mr.
All right. Thank you, Representative. For a quick question, Representative Farrar.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, everyone. Quick question. I wanted to just hear a little bit more about the status of the future fund. I know when it was established, its focus was on making sure we're investing in many of our diverse startups in the state, and hoping you could speak to that, and if that funding level has been appropriate, if you're actually finding and recruiting the numbers of founders that you're seeking.
Yeah, thank you. So for those of you who don't know, we launched the Future Fund, which is dedicated to helping underrepresented founders in the state of Connecticut get their business up off the ground, launched, and supporting those companies. Allison Malloy runs it. I think she's spoken to every single venture firm in the country that also is doing underrepresented founder funding. It's still a massive problem in America. If anything, it's worse today than it was when we launched it. And CI is super committed to the diversity of our team and also our portfolio. We push really hard on companies to make sure that they have a diversity of opinions and backgrounds and gender and everything else on their teams. We think the level of funding is $50 million was the appropriate amount. We're probably $8 million down the road of investments. And I'll just say, our track record of female CEOs and Black CEOs, those folks have punched above their weight, and we're getting better returns from those companies than we are from just the standard company with what you would expect. And so we are more committed now than ever to that program and that fund.
Thank you for that information. And since it sounds like there's funds available, I hope you could share with the committee anything we could do to better elevate this availability to folks in our communities who might be looking to pitch their businesses. So thank you all so much for being here, and thank you to the chair.
Thank you. Online, we have Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in lieu of the time, I just want to say congratulations for a success rate of 50%, which is amazing in R&D and innovation. Given all the questions that you've got from our colleagues, I'm sure quite a few of us would love to actually meet offline, perhaps tour some of your businesses. And as a rep for Wilton, I see that you were a supporter or are a supporter of Cadenza Labs in Wilton. So thank you very much. And I hope to meet you shortly in the future.
Thank you. And Flight Health is also there in Wilton, the Saunders.
Great. Thank you, Representative. Senator Miller?
Matt, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but I advise all members to go to their office. It's very innovative.
Oh, thank you.
So
Again, Lauren takes great pride in it.
invitation.
Well, that was also all Lauren and Phil.
Yeah, but we really do appreciate your office, and I was very impressed.
Well, just as a plug for that, we built that space for everybody in the state of Connecticut. It hosts 300 people, roughly. And I think we have different people around the state using it. It's a phenomenal event space. And we opened it up to probably 20 or 30 different groups have used it in the last 12 months. So thank you.
Mr. Moore, thank you and your staff for being here, and certainly the work that you have done. You've invested in $1.9 billion worth of economic growth. And so that has really benefited our state. And that's a nice segue into DECD. So we thank you all for being here. Look forward to working with you all in the future.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. I appreciate the time and the attention. Well, I'm just thinking around for this one. They asked me about DTC, they didn't answer that. How's my friend in this?
Commissioner O'Keefe, it's great to have you here this afternoon, you and your team. And so feel free to get settled and then begin a short presentation at your convenience.
Great. Thank you so much. So Chairs Miller and Napoli, ranking members Wang and Piscopo, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding General Obligations Subcommittee. My name is Daniel O'Keefe. I serve humbly as the Commissioner of the DECD, as well as the State's Chief Innovation Officer, and I appreciate the opportunity to submit testimony on the Governor's bond bill today. Over the past few years, our department has been busy implementing various bond-funded programs and are grateful for the legislature's continued support of these initiatives. These include Brownfields, the Connecticut Manufacturing Innovation Fund, the Small Business Boost Program, and Community Investment Fund 2030, among others. We are particularly thankful for the proposed recapitalizing of the Manufacturing Assistance Act, MAA, which is a longstanding and essential tool for DECD to react to market-driven opportunities to recruit and retain companies in the state of Connecticut. Last but not least, I am proud to support the newly proposed Grayfields Revitalization Program, which would provide grants or loans to facilitate the repurposing of previously developed commercial retail and office space that is no longer economically viable. We are confident that the governor's proposed bond authorizations will provide the DECD with the necessary and sufficient funds to carry out our mission and to fund some of the DECD's most important programs. I respectfully request the committee's support, and we are here and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. And so, Commissioner, I'll start off with questions. One of my favorite programs that you all are in charge of is the Good to Great program. And so, what would it take to get some more volume or activity with this program, right? So, I see 5 million in fiscal year 26, 5 million in fiscal year 27. And so there's certainly a demand out there. We have really seen firsthand that the museums in Connecticut, are a great vehicle for economic development. And so is there a way to get more activity there?
So when you say more activity, in economic development, it's interesting. Funds don't create the demand, right? So having funds available isn't necessarily going to create the demand to purpose those funds. And I would say, as I think about your question, which is more, how do you generate the demand regardless of whether the funding is available? And on the demand side of things, I'll continue to say that our cultural institutions, our arts, our museums, that continues to be an important component of our community vitality. It is something that we seek to continue to support. I'm not sure how you necessarily create more demand, right? I mean, there is demand and we want to continue to support it. But I'm not sure that's answering your question, because the way you can create more demand is create more cultural institutions rather than support the existing ones.
So it sounds like it's a demand issue, that you're not seeing the volume on your end for that particular program.
Go ahead.
I can speak in Matt Puglisi, Deputy Commissioner at DCD, and with Good to Great, we have bond commission authorizations that could go to bond commission for approval, and we could roll out a additional round of funding. I mean, some of that is just prioritization at the bond commission level. In terms of trying to create that demand, though, and the certainty of capital projects in this, kind of volatile environment moving forward, in this last round of Community Investment Fund, Connecticut Humanities was given a planning grant, which is going to be helping smaller arts and cultural institutions in all of the 55 eligible municipalities under CIF to start doing capital project plan assessment. Because to the commissioner's point, if you have money available and a grant program, but you don't have shovel-ready projects, we create an impasse. And so I think that Connecticut Humanities stepping forward and taking a leadership role there to start to do project assessment will be helpful to create that pipeline of demand.
Yeah, no, thank you for referencing CT Humanities. They do some really good work. And so I'm glad they work very closely with all of you. And so I'm looking at another program within DECD, capital improvements for New Old Gate Prison and Copper Mine and Prudence Crandall Museum. And so again, there's larger museums that need some work. Can those be eligible under Good to Great, or do they need a separate program for those 3 museums?
So I believe that Old Newgate and Prudence Crandall are both state of Connecticut operated museums, so they would not be eligible. We would have to check on that to be sure, but I think that would require funding directly through DECD to make any capital improvements.
Thank you for that information. Really appreciate it. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Commissioner. Welcome, Deputy Commissioners Robertson and Puglisi. I had to practice saying that last name right.
I do every day.
But thank you. Thank you for being such advocates and visionary leaders in regards to the macro aspect of economic development and businesses. Commissioner, you've been omnipresent in kind of presenting the vision of what Connecticut businesses and how welcoming it is. So I want to compliment you on that. The two areas of focus for me is mostly along the areas of the Small Business Express. Obviously, it's been a tremendous success. It's now been retitled the Small Business Boost Program. We allocated some funds last year bonding. There aren't any allocations in this upcoming fiscal budget biannual. Is there any consideration of what that program will continue to be moving forward?
So I'm joined by Sheila Hummel, who does run that program. Let me first just comment on the importance of this program. So you mentioned Small Business Express, which was the way we historically approached this. You know, that was lending done directly by the DECD and therefore by the state. And that we've repurposed it as Boost and rebranded as Boost, where we're now partnering with lending institutions. And I do think that has been an important development because candidly, they are in that business. So and as you also mentioned, it continues to be an incredibly important program and one that we would like to continue to support. In terms of its details, perhaps Sheila, you could comment.
Okay, I just want to share with you some metrics from the program. 13% we're above the goal of 50% of loans going to MBWE, so that's good news. We've made 575 loans. That equates to 73 million. The average size loan is 127,000. And we're making loans in the big cities, Hartford, Bridgeport, New Haven, Norwalk, Waterbury. So we're hitting the distressed municipalities. And what we want to look at right now, part of the Boost program, you can get technical assistance too. So there's a lot of businesses that go into the portal, they answer the 14, 15 questions, and then either they get matched up. And if they don't get matched up with a lender, we have technical assistance, which is business support services. So they can get matched up with the Small Business Development Center or the Women's Business Development Center to try to get help to get them ready to be able to apply for a loan. So that's with the Boost program. And we've seen an uptick in the last couple of months with applications coming in, but it takes a little bit of time. Right now, the small businesses are finally ramping up after COVID. So right after COVID, we launched the Boost program, but then we launched the Small Business Support Grant Program too, to provide grants to small businesses. And we have 11 different organizations out there in the community. I know some of you are very familiar with WBDC, Women's Business Development Council, the Black Business Alliance, Sector down in Southeastern Connecticut, Reset. So there's quite a few organizations, the Community Foundation, we don't want to leave that one out. There's quite a few organizations out there helping small businesses because we realized that everyone wasn't really ready to apply for a Boost loan program.
Sheila, can you just comment on existing fund resources and expected demand over time?
Okay. So right now we still have close to 50 million that we need to go to bond commission for. And we anticipate an uptick in, like I said, with the loan applications. And plus, we want to be ready to meet the market needs right now, because, for example, during COVID, we had a little bit of a surplus. So we were able to launch the bridge loan program. I don't know if you remember that. COVID grant programs. Just recently, back in August, we were able to help, close to, I think it was, I don't know how many businesses, but close to like 200 businesses with the flood recovery grant program. So we never really know. We want to be anticipate. It's hard to really know what the market needs will be. So it's always good to have a little bit of a surplus. Did that answer the question?
Yes, and if there's an opportunity through you, Commissioner, if there's any additional follow-up, your office has always been very receptive and professional, so thank you. Without additional question, respecting other people, if there's an opportunity, but I wanted to acknowledge that the good work and the governor's commitment in the biennial budget in the Manufacturing Assistance Act, committing 75 million to each of the respective year. And I know in October, the bonding was allocated for 6 million to loan for our manufacturing businesses. And a big shout out, I want to recognize Paul Lavoy, our Chief Manufacturing Officer, who may be equally as present as you are in many of our manufacturing entities. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for you and your team's hard work.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Senator. Our co-chair, Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner. Excuse me, I want to talk about the cannabis establishment loan program. I was wondering, have you approved any loans? And how many have you approved to date?
Thanks. Brandon McGee, CEO of the Connecticut Social Equity Council. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. Just for the record, DECD has provided administrative support to the Social Equity Council, of which we are extremely appreciative of. We currently have approximately 13 applications in our pipeline. And I start off by saying that because we had upwards of 40 sitting in the pipeline for over a year. We've since been able to disperse upwards of $1.5 million in loans to our local social equity entrepreneurs in support of their business. We continue to work with financial institutions, as already mentioned by the Commissioner. We think that is the best business practice to align ourselves with folks who are in the business of assisting with loans, and also to ensure that many of our social equity entrepreneurs are supported in areas that we know they need help in. So that's where we are. We're excited and we continue to work alongside many of these business owners.
Thank you. So I noticed there was no request for additional monies by the department, and that there's a remaining of 40, wish it was 400, $40 million of unallocated funds. And so is there a plan to use those dollars within the next biennial?
Thank you again for that question. Actually, I believe we requested 20 million to draw down from the existing or current amount that's sitting in the account of 40 million. I can't thank this committee enough for the initial tranche of $50 million to support the social equity entrepreneurs. And, you know, again, 13 applications in the hopper. We're at a total of $7.9 million. And so we can easily exhaust the existing 10 million that we have in our account currently that has been allocated. And so we're back again requesting the 20 million to help us with the existing requests that we know are on the way.
If I may, Mr. Chair, so the 10 million is the initial drawdown? Okay.
Correct.
Excuse me. I just want to make a comment, sorry, you're not Representative McGee anymore. I did that intentionally. But I just want to say thank you for the work that you've done at the Social Equity Council. How long have you been there?
Feels like 5 years, but 8 months.
8 months. In 8 months, you've been able to turn the application process around where individuals aren't waiting for months to get an answer, because if they don't get a plan approved, they can't open their businesses. And I've seen, I think the longest date I saw was like number of days of wait was 18 days. And so I want to thank you, because the only reason I supported the bill was because of the equity piece. And so you've made it work, and I want to personally thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while I would say it's all me, I do appreciate the support of DECD providing the business fiscal office support. And I think Representative Kathy Abercrombie would be extremely proud of her Kyle Abercrombie, who supports me in the operations side of this as well. So thank you.
Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Commissioner and staff. Appreciate you being here. And thank you very much for your responses to us during the year when we call you in need. So appreciate it. Compliments on your community investment fund too. It seems to be working well. I know your Deputy Commissioner, Matt, there and has been very, very proactive with trying to help our communities. While I had questions about it when it was first proposed, it seems to be working okay. My question goes, the old Small Business Express, I saw it in here. You changed the name, Connecticut Small Business Boost Program, I guess. You have a pretty sizable unallocated balance, 50 million, and you're requesting another 50 million over the biennium. Your plans for that, and I see the governor has not recommended any further funding for that.
Yeah, and I think that was the question Sheila was trying to answer, which is, you know, we continue to see the demand for that program. We do think it is a program that is working, but existing funding, I think, will suffice in terms of what we see in terms of demand in the short term.
Thank you. And just an answer to your concerns about the Good to Great grant. I think if a opera house or a facility in town uses that money to improve itself, like better lights, sounding, the productions are better, more people come to that facility. So it's serving its purpose. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions for the commissioner or his team? Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here. You brought a posse today. You have a great team there behind you, Commissioner, and some faces that are familiar to us. So we appreciate that. Couple of questions. One I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about gray fields and how you envision that working. Is it going to be administered similar to the brownfields program? Are there going to be are there going to be grants as part of the capital stack for these projects? How are they going to be evaluated? What's the application going to look like? Just give you an opportunity.
Appreciate the question. That is a newly proposed program. You're right, it is modeled after brownfields. It's why we called it gray fields, which is what happens when a finance tech guy brands something. Not very creative. But there's an important analogy to brownfields. If you think about brownfields, that's going after physical plant for which the economic use case has moved on. In that case, it's these old mills and it's these old plants. We now have a new challenge which we have called gray fields, which are these physical plant for which the economic use case has either moved on or certainly evolved. And that is these old knowledge worker buildings. So there's these buildings where it's challenging to convert them to residential and where the demand for that kind of space has started to moderate and weaken coming out of the pandemic. And these old shopping malls where, you know, e-commerce has really changed the demand profile for that kind of physical plant. Now, you know, we could wait around, much like we would do with brownfields. You know, brownfields, all these things sat and continue to sit, or we could get more front-footed. And we at the DECD are suggesting that we get more front-footed here and start to go proactively at these challenges, similar to what we're doing with brownfields. To answer your question directly, this will be both grants and loans. And in terms of what we're trying to solve with the capital stack, we have some very important programs in CRDA and MRDA. And I saw David is here on those two. And, you know, but when I think of CRDA and MRDA, the work they're doing is incredibly important, but it's oftentimes to fill gap financing. What I'm talking about are problems where this is not a gap. This is where the profit incentive is not enough to motivate movement, where we as a state, I think, really need to step in to incentivize and push things. First, to convert to residential if we can. And if it's not eligible, start to think about really reimagining it.
No, it's great. I look forward to, you know, continuing to work with you on that. I think it is an area of great need. I submitted a bill in the Planning Development Committee having to do with what we were calling zombie malls. And I did that because in anticipation, like you said, We have a shopping mall in Manchester, which is sort of underutilized, has been sold to an operator who has some other shopping malls in the state and not a great track record, and sort of anticipating what is that going to look like in the future, like you said, with retail sort of going through some changes, as it always does throughout business cycles and history. But it got a lot of interest in that concept, and a lot of calls from the media. I think the issue of zombie malls is one not here unique to Connecticut, throughout the country, is one of great interest, because these are prominent developments in most communities, and folks drive by them every day and wonder what's going to happen to that when it falls into disrepair, or as things change. So I think that's going to be a emerging issue for the state. So I appreciate hearing more about that and seeing the success, hopefully, as it moves forward. I have another question about a smaller program in here. And part of what we do is we look through our unallocated balances, and part of our exercise every year here is to sort of clean up and really, these are policy questions that past legislatures or agency officials have gone and stood up these programs. And so we ask about what is the plan for these funds. And the one I'm looking at here is for the children's museums. Nonprofit organizations sponsoring children's museums, aquarium, and science-related programs. There's 13.3 million. It looks like a big chunk of that is for the CT Science Center, I believe, and I think it is anticipated for the CT Science Center. But wanted to know what else, if there were other, if there's other money that's not earmarked yet in those funds, and what that looks like. Hi, Kyle.
Hi, everyone. Kyle Abercrombie, Chief Administrative Officer with DCD. So this bond funded program was specifically earmarked for certain entities. So we've allotted as many as we can to the entities named. The remaining ones are still working with us through their application and their need. Specifically the West Hartford Children's Museum, which recently relocated. So they're still evaluating whether or not they can receive the funding. So the remaining unallocated balance is pending. We think we'll have a need for it in the future, but we're still working with the entities.
All of it is essentially earmarked, or was earmarked for specific uses and specific entities.
Correct. It wasn't a program, a competitive program that we administered. It was earmarked entities to receive the bond funding.
Okay. And again, sort of a local issue for me, we do have a small children's museum in Manchester, and I learned over the years that there's a small network, and Representative Cheeseman used to work at one of them who was here previously. And there is some need there, some capital need there for the small network of children's museums throughout the state. So we'd definitely love to see a little more on that, but I appreciate the answer. Thanks.
Thank you. Rep. Wilson.
Thank you for coming today. Just several questions. I want to start with, so I see the Connecticut, the Career Connect workforce training. You have the unallocated balance of the 35 million. Of course, it's recommended, I believe, taking 30 million away. Could you explain kind of what's going on there?
Hi, me again. So the Office of Workforce Strategy manages that program, and they are essentially within DCD for administrative purposes only, but they're also their own agency. So the change here is taking the money out of DCD and moving it over to OWS. If you look at the OWS bond fund, you'll see 30 million addition there.
Thank you. I just kind of wanted to put that one on the record. The other big one that I have is going to brownfield. So we know this higher allocation over the last set of years, utilization. I will say we have been appreciative in my neck of the woods with some of the work that we are trying to do. One of the things as we look and still see the pool of brownfield remediation that needs to be done statewide, do you see that allocation continuing to need to be stretched, or I'll pair it with now with this new program of the gray fields. Is it one that can kind of pair the two to have two different avenues of where different projects should be bucketed?
Yeah, no, well, first let me comment on brownfields, and then I'll mention how it relates to gray fields, and then we're joined by Banu Chandy, who leads that program for us if you have more specific questions. On brownfields in particular, we still see significant demand. And this is an incredibly important program because not only is it taking down this, again, physical plant for which the economic use case has evolved, but oftentimes this is blight, right? You know, this old economic use case didn't look that great, and oftentimes needed access to water, so it dotted our waterfront. And then once down, it gives us an opportunity to really reimagine what could be there. So it's an incredibly important program. We're expecting to see accelerated demand. As you know, we are trying to work through the Transfer Act and move to a release-based standard. That's being done by DEEP, but with our enthusiastic support. And that's because that is a regulatory standard that, frankly, we are an outlier now, and we believe once evolved, we'll start to be able to see some of these sites that have been stuck finally start to move. So we have asked for expanded resources, both in terms of existing demand that we're seeing and the potential expected increasing demand. To your question of whether we expect to see that continue to expand, frankly, that's going to depend on the market. You know, as I say, we launch programs and we'll see how the market reacts. Right now, we feel good about what we've requested, right? Also, frankly, I hope eventually we start to see demand abate as we work through this challenge. But right now we feel like it's right-sized. It is not related to gray fields. Gray fields is a very separate challenge. It's very separate types of, I drew the analogy because I think it's a sound analogy, but I didn't mean to tie the two programs together. They're very different things.
No, and thank you. And I think that's just wanted to give you a chance to clarify that. And then just the last question that I have is, could you talk or speak a little bit about the impact of the Community Investment Fund and the work that it's been able to, your office has been able to do really around economic development across the state?
Yeah, I'll comment, and then maybe Matt should add. Just Matt leads capital projects for us, and that includes Community Investment Fund. You know, in terms of just its economic impact, you know, one of the things we've seen in the state of Connecticut in recent history is an acceleration of economic activity. By the way, that's about to get challenged, I think, by a more protectionist regime, but we've seen a nice acceleration of economic activity and a lot of increase in population. We're the only state in the region whose population has increased every single year since the pandemic. So we have been a net beneficiary. Part of why I think that is happening is because things that used to be the soft and fluffy economics elements of Connecticut, things like high quality of life, high quality of education, high quality of healthcare, et cetera, those have become economic comparative advantage. Now that people can choose where to live with a little bit more flexibility, we've seen people choose Connecticut. We have been that net beneficiary. The Community Investment Fund is our largest program focused on protecting and extending the vitality that is that soft and fluffy comparative advantage. And so I think it is an incredibly important program and one we should continue to sustain. If your question is more about metrics, like in terms of what it's created, perhaps you could comment.
Well, I would just like to, excuse me, build on what the commissioner said and kind of peel back a little bit and look at Community Investment Fund. I mean, first, one thing that we're now seeing as an agency after 6 rounds, 3 continued years in this long timeline that was set by the legislature. This is not a one-off program. Municipalities, organizations have had time to start to think strategically, long-term as a pipeline. Communities, legislators, first selectmen and mayors are coming to us now and having strategic conversations, not trying to shoehorn the project du jour into whatever grant opportunity comes up. The other thing that I think is really important that we emphasize with Community Investment Fund is that it has remained true to one of the basic requirements for eligibility, which is that the project has a direct impact on a target underserved population. And that's a broad definition. I'm doing the short definition there, but it's a broad definition of population, whether it's persons of color, religious minorities, those experiencing poverty and inequality, rural areas. But that has been a key component in making sure that a project is eligible to be on the agenda for consideration by the CIF board. And then the last piece is, you know, sometimes there has been some question. The idea of CIF was to be doing transformative projects. And when there have been some small projects, sometimes that feeling of, is this really transformative or not, starts to, get questioned. And it was, eye-opening for me one day to be doing the fourth ribbon cutting on a particular city block and realizing through all these multiple smaller awards through Community Investment Fund, in the same 3-block area, we're doing sidewalk and streetscape pedestrian safety improvements. We're funding housing. We're funding a homeless shelter that's also providing medical and food service to target populations. So when you start to look at some of these small investments in communities, you're really knitting together a fabric that's supporting everybody in the community that's supposed to be targeted by that program.
Thank you. And you touched on exactly the point that I wanted to really hear. And it's the strategy of moving over the last several rounds, moving municipalities, but all stakeholders really to be thinking more strategically on how we develop Connecticut, how we develop our municipalities to be assets to what we do here in the state. And so I want to thank you and your staff for the work that you guys continue to do. And thank you again.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and your staff for coming out today. More of a statement or a comment than a question. But one of my colleagues already asked some questions about the museum pieces, the smaller museum in particular, being associated with one for almost 20 years. Very critical to fund for, new exhibits, programming, etc. Some of the bigger guys get noticed more often than not. Okay. And I see that they have been allocated a significant amount of money for some of their programs and exhibits, cultural events, whatever they're doing. Is there any way the money that has been allocated for the Good to Great program, which kind of crosses over, Connecticut Humanities, etc., has all of that money that's been requested this year? Do you have allocations for that specifically? You know where it's going? You've got over 20 million that's unallocated, and then a request for 5 and 5.
Any additional funding for Good to Great, we would run through a competitive grant application process.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that answer. So out of the 13.3, I know that you did answer most of those questions, but, just curious as to, because I know there's a need for it. So I'm hoping that, going forward, there should be an ask. I know there's a huge need for it. Okay. Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Nishinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask you about the brownfield program. You're right, when the standards are set for how clean is clean by deep, things are going to go faster, we assume. And it looks like you have no unallocated balance. So do you ever have a project in your awards that doesn't come through where you would have money freed up for a new project?
Binu Chandy, the Director of the Office of Brownfields. Yes, it does happen. Sometimes some projects fall apart. Maybe the private partner doesn't get its act together, and the funds are withdrawn and the project funds are used for another project. Is
Okay.
that the question, or?
Yes.
Yes.
We're trying, in my district, we're trying to work on additional housing, and we have some sites that are on transportation routes that might be very good for workers.
Yeah.
However, some of them are brownfield sites, and we would have to clean them up first. Do you have any minimum acreage that is considered, or could you even do something on, say, a 1/4 acre?
Yes, acreage is not a problem at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll keep.
The other thing I would comment on just more generally is,
Sure.
we're here to help problem solve. So we want to make sure everyone knows if you have a location that perhaps has a veteran use case that, we're happy to talk to you about it and help also sort through whether one of our programs would apply, but whether one of our other sister agencies. programs might apply.
Okay, yeah, we have a crying need for housing,
We do throughout the state.
especially on the, yes, especially on the transit routes. And then we have these old industrial sites, because we're a manufacturing town, that I would really like to reuse if we could, so. But I guess I have to wait for someone else to fail on their grant application.
Not really. We have two competitive rounds a year. The round number 21 is currently ongoing. Even though we are fully obligated, we are waiting for the next, this budget to be passed, for the 70 million to be approved. And we will be conducting this competitive rounds every 2 years. I mean, every two times every year.
Okay.
So if you have, if somebody wants to contact us, please give them our contact.
I will, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, everyone. Just wanted to ask a few follow-up questions from my colleagues. One about this new program that needs to be launched around the grants to nonprofit organizations to employ individuals with IDD. I see in some of the materials that the intent here is to stand up this new grant program, and there was, again, 1 million originally authorized. Could you all please share in regards to use of funds, what would be the types of use of funds that would be available within the grant program?
Hi, Kyle Abercrombie. So we haven't stood up the program yet, so we don't have those parameters just yet. The authorizing language allowed us to partner with a third party to administer the grant funding. When the legislation was passed, we, did our due diligence to get the program stood up, and in coordination with our sister agencies, we found some of the language ran afoul of some federal, it's called competitive. I don't know if you have it in front of you. This is my area of expertise, so forgive me, but it ran afoul of some federal requirements for employment opportunities for individuals with developmental disabilities. So we pumped the brakes. We submitted legislation this year to correct those changes. We're hoping that passes, which will enable us to move this program forward, at which point we'll have those parameters that you're looking for.
Thank you for that. Thanks for following up on that. The second question was going to be specific to the Manufacturing Innovation Fund, especially as someone I know folks are in similar situations to. My district certainly has many folks that have sought funding through the Innovation Fund. And I know that there is this recommended increase of the $20 million and $25 million. I wanted to just hear, based on the applications that have come in, is that enough to meet the need? So thank you. Hi, Paul.
Hi, how are you?
Nice
Good
to
to see
see
you.
you.
Thank you. Paul Lavoie, Connecticut's Chief Manufacturing Officer, and I serve as the board chair of the Manufacturing Innovation Fund. We believe that the funding that is in the governor's budget is adequate to meet the needs of the manufacturing sector as they stand today. We are seeing increased usage in all of our programs. We currently have 4 programs that are oversubscribed, meaning that the new funding has not been made available yet, but we're still accepting applications. So when we run out of funding at CCAT, the Connecticut Center for Advanced Technology, which manages all of our programs, we still accept applications because the rest of the funding's in the pipeline. So we've never run out of money with the allocations that we have, and feel that the allocations that we have are satisfactory to meet the needs of the manufacturing sector.
Thank you for that. And then just my final question is actually for the Social Equity Council. If the CEO could come up again. Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to follow up, given the starting place of starting to get some of these dollars out the door. I know there was originally a specified area of use for the fund around workforce training programs, and I was curious if that is still a part of the plan of the Social Equity Council to pursue that, and if so, when and what dollars might be associated with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Yes, and yes. We have done a lot of realigning of our programs. We just receive approval from our council on our 3-year strategic plan that really has helped us to get a bit more smarter on how to engage many of our industry specific partners to help us in this space. We have ample dollars in our current fiscal year, and we've also planned for the next fiscal year to support that program. What's really interesting about this particular tranche of funding is that we have partners in this space who are saying, look, we can help match funding to help your program go a bit longer and deeper in many of these DIAs, disproportionately impacted areas throughout the state. So thanks for asking that question. Yes, we have it. And the total amount of money is not necessarily specified at the moment, but we do have ample funds there.
And so in addition to the dollars that will go out the door in regards to, I think I heard earlier, the loan support, are there plans then to establish very specific workforce training programs in the industry?
Yes. And just to clarify, so we have a workforce development program that is in addition to our loan program.
Thank you.
Right? So the loan program will also be complementary to our workforce development program. We want to stimulate workforce opportunities. We want to support non-cannabis businesses throughout the state. We know the war on drugs had an impact on the whole community, right? And some folks may not want to enter into the industry. But with respect to our loan program, beyond just low interest loans to social equity applicants, municipalities, nonprofits, to rehabilitate, renovate, or develop unused or underused real property, we want to be able to provide access to capital to hire, operations, et cetera. So we want to be nimble, we want to be flexible, but we also want to make sure we're good stewards of the state dollars and also create win-win situations for our business owners.
Thank you for that. And I will definitely follow up and read more about the strategic plan that you highlighted. But
I'll send you a
certainly-
copy.
Yeah, please do, because I certainly want to understand again how we're investing in this area around workforce development and how it relates to the investments we're making, for instance, with the Office of Workforce Strategy, and welcome the opportunity to talk more about that.
And just lastly, if you're okay with it, we are working in partnership with the Office of Workforce Strategies. Kelly and her group, they sit on our council. So in terms of our overarching strategies to help stimulate opportunities, at least from our side of the house, we're working in collaboration on a much larger level to impact opportunities throughout the state of Connecticut.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Palio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity, Commissioner. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your presentation. More of a comment, but I probably will have a question. I first wanted to commend Kyle, especially having been here for a while, and Matt around just always responsiveness. And I'll speak with the Community Investment Fund first. I think just the consultative approach that DECD takes in the process with having folks be very thoughtful and checking all the boxes on applications, but having an opportunity for the not-for-profits and for the municipality that I represent to also be thoughtful about not only the project in front of them, but what else can be accomplished and other projects that may be ongoing and or that can complement the application currently in front. But I really think that consultative approach, Commissioner of Housing was here a couple of hours ago, and I really believe that the Community Investment Fund has served as a catalyst for projects that probably wouldn't get off the ground or wouldn't be where they are today. So I can't say thank you enough around a city that certainly is under-resourced or has been under-resourced in many parts of our communities, underinvested. And now talking to last night, a community church that does so much work in the community, just to saying, when is this planning grant going to be there? And just the excitement that it brings. But I wanted to start around that. We hear from DOH today about some of the investments that we're making as a state, what that attracts for outside dollars. But around community investment, can you talk about the impact for the dollars that we're investing, that the outside dollars are coming in to kind of complement the efforts over the last 3 or 4 years and the rounds that have been awarded so far?
Yes, thank you, Representative, and thank you for the kind words. We appreciate it. We have a really hardworking team at DCD that reads and spends hours in each competitive round, meeting with nonprofits, meeting with municipalities, sometimes iteratively over the round to keep them coming along and kind of being their lifeline as they try to develop the project. So we appreciate the notice and recognition. In terms of in terms of the leverage of private funds, in community investment fund, I think we have some hard conversations with different projects during that consultative process and with municipalities. And I think the board also is very challenging decisions to make when the full slate of applications comes forward, because we look at the shovel readiness and kind of best practices of DCD. So checking off those boxes and making sure that every project has some level of skin in the game. But as you look at equity, skin in the game means something different in different municipalities and in different organizations and different projects. And so we're happy to go back and kind of provide you with like a more detailed follow-up to show what the total non-state leverage across all of the projects has been. I think we have that number. I just don't have it at hand. But again, we're always making sure that every project has some skin in the game, some private funds, some municipal funds, philanthropic funds, and that it's not fully state funded. But again, it different size stools for different projects.
Sure, appreciate those comments, and I probably should have made the point in the first part of my comments, but also the fact that as you're going through the rounds with that consultative approach, that you're not discouraging not-for-profits or municipalities from coming back the second or third time around as you're sharpening their applications or helping them to do that. And I think with many of the not-for-profits that we see or hear from, that's helping in their overall operation side as well, but also encouraging them to go out and seek those private dollars or looking at working with partners to kind of solidify the work that they're doing through CIF. So I really want to say thank you there. And also around the brownfield remediation program, thank you. The responsiveness dealing with our economic development folks who, really take this seriously, but know that they have a partner at the state level and to facilitate, the next 20, 30, 40 years of planning and work that needs to happen. So just thank you again for the work that you're continuing to do and with the program. Any changes that you would recommend around CIF or tweaks there or thoughts about strengthening that program?
Yeah, happy to. Thank you for the question. Around CIF, one of the things that we did propose in our agency bill through Commerce is the original municipal eligibility was public investment communities and alliance school districts. And we have seen that there's nearly, but not fully an overlap with the DECD distressed municipalities list. And so, all of those different lists are looking at different metrics and markers within the communities to create that. So we've proposed that DCD distressed municipalities are also included in the CIF process. That only adds 2 communities right now to that list. So it's not a huge expansion, but we just think it's very important as we look at the distressed municipalities, the top 25 distressed municipalities as being a major factor across of all of DCD's programs. So we think that consistency is really important. And then just as an additional point, I just want to recognize the committee and the legislature to the point that you were making, Representative, again, the consistency that municipalities and nonprofits have when they look at a program like Brownfields, which has remained able to have a pipeline in place over many years that we can fully expend the funds that are given to us in each biennium budget, and CIF. It allows there to be a practice on the municipalities and the nonprofits to know that they can continue to develop these ideas, and that if they miss out this round, it's not going away and they have to start from scratch. So we appreciate that consistency.
I'll maybe just make one comment on first to thank you for the comments about the team. I couldn't agree more. And that concept of responsiveness and flexibility and acting as a true partner is incredibly important for us to get out to the entire community, because the environment's getting harder. It got harder last year when input costs started to get more expensive because of inflationary pressure. It's getting harder now because of tariffs, which is going to impact a lot of things that go into construction costs. And so we just want communities to understand that despite those challenges, we want to be able to partner around incremental creativity to make sure we continue to get the work done. So I really think that concept of acting in partnership, we're not just here looking to say no, we're here looking to say, how can we help you get things done?
Thank you. And just probably the final point that I would make on it is that the consistency with the effort, the collaborative effort, but also the fact that these projects are not delayed for years and in a pipeline that continues to grow so that they are being funded. To go to your point about cost escalation, changing plans so that they are being funded and that they are getting completed. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you for your answers today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Representative. Online, we have Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Key, for your answers today, and the ones you answered have been very informative. Switching from brownfields, as interesting as it is, and gray fields, I had a question on the Good to Great program, mainly how if you could talk about the grant process. A few weeks ago, we heard from many museums and nonprofits regarding HB 7176 and the meals tax allocation for these nonprofits and museums. So I know the demand is very high. You have 5 million allocated for next year, and then the following year, fiscal 27. So can you talk about, it seems like there might be some overlapping here, but can you talk about what kind of grants you're looking for and what the process is for these nonprofits?
Yes, happy to, Representative. Thank you. So the Good to Great program is focused on capital improvements for smaller organizations. So these grants are generally in the 100 to 250,000 range and are often towards pieces of specialized equipment or specific improvements that they can make around operations. So not necessarily exhibit specific improvements that we would view as more operational, but rather things like accessibility or core infrastructure. I think Representative Piscopo earlier talked about lighting and sound improvements to an organization. I think that under the program, the maximum is approximately $1 million. So these are for the smaller arts and cultural institutions across the state that have a smaller scale and smaller scale capital needs.
And just to clarify, the maximum $1 million you mentioned, is that by the nonprofit and organization, or is that a max? It looked like your allotments were 100 to 250,000.
Yeah, the $1 million is the maximum award. I think that there's only been one or two that kind of come to that size of a project.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Commissioner, I noticed in some of your programs is either a loan or a grant. How do you determine whether a person or a company, an applicant gets a loan or a grant?
It really depends on the situation and the program. So we do like to retain as much flexibility as we can. I talked before about how that is important to be able to engage as a true partner. And at times, a grant may make sense depending on the resources of the company and what they're looking to do with the capital. And at times, a loan might make sense, particularly if it's something where it's more of a business versus a nonprofit, where we do think there's an opportunity for the state to recoup recoup proceeds after making the loan. But it's a hard answer to question, Senator, because it really is incredibly situationally specific.
No, that's what the answer I was looking for, right? So it's really kind of subjective. You make that determination. You don't have a guideline.
Well, sorry, I don't think that's what I said, and I wouldn't go, there's
It
always
depends on the situation.
there's always a framework and a guideline.
Oh, okay.
It's just the framework and the guideline depends on the program and
Gotcha.
how it's applied depends
So
on
they
the
vary.
situation.
They vary.
And oftentimes statute.
So sorry for misspeaking. So for the loan what do the interest rates look like? Do they vary as well?
It depends on the program, and it depends, I'll use Boost as an example. That's a case where it's a fixed rate of 4.5%. Some of our other loans over time have been more market-based.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner, thank you so much for being here today. Deputy Commissioner, thank you as well. And all of your staff, by the way, former CGA staff we see, and our former colleagues, and your staff, as it's been said by many members of this committee, your staff is always accessible to us and to our communities. You both have been out to our communities, and you take our calls, and we have questions, and I can't tell you enough how much we appreciate that. Just in the city that I represent, 2 of your programs, the Brownfield program and SIF 2030, have been life-changing. And so there's a lot of good work happening throughout our state. And you all have worked very hard with our governor and our legislative leaders, and we thank you for that. I look forward to this partnership in the future.
And I'll echo those comments as well. We enjoy the spirit of partnership here, and thank you so much for the support. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Uh,
Senator.
I'm sorry, I don't know your new title.
Executive Director,
Thank
Connecticut
you.
Municipal Development Authority.
Yes, I didn't want to call you David.
Yes.
So thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it. We know that you're new and you're just getting the authority up and running. And so just invited you today to explain what it is and what direction you're taking and the status of where things are. So you have the floor.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate the opportunity to do so. My name is David Corus. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Municipal Development Authority. Good afternoon, Chair Senator Miller, Representative Napoli, Ranking Member Senator Huang, and Representative Piscopo, and members of the bonding subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today and share an update on the establishment and progress of the Connecticut Municipal Development Authority and our projected bonding needs over the coming 2 fiscal years and beyond. I'll start with a refresher on what CMDA was set up to achieve and what we've accomplished since being launched in just July of 2024. First, I'll note that we changed our name at our March 20th board meeting. And so we were formerly Municipal Redevelopment Authority. Now we are referring to ourselves as the Municipal Development Authority. And so CMDA instead of MRDA. We wanted to avoid the continued references to MRDA. And so CMDA is our new moniker. Our quasi-public authority is designed to be both a technical and a financial resource to cities and towns looking to create vibrant downtowns and to produce more housing choice in their walkable mixed-use neighborhoods and near transit. Any of the 161 municipalities that are not covered by the Capital Region Development Authority are able to join CMDA as long as they have a downtown or an existing or planned rail or bus rapid transit station. As a completely voluntary initiative, interested municipalities must elect to join CMDA via adoption of a resolution by their local legislative body. Once a town or city joins CMDA, our statutory obligation is to certify whether or not their zoning in their downtown and their station area is likely to substantially increase the production of new housing units necessary to meet demand within the region. Our statute allows us to tailor our zoning recommendations to local conditions, and our process enables us to reward municipalities who are making appropriate local decisions to support housing growth with technical support and assistance to those who want to better align their zoning with market demand and best practices. CMDA's zoning recommendations do not in any way usurp or preempt local control. While the adoption of a housing growth zone is a precondition to accessing our funding, creating housing supportive zoning is entirely at the discretion of the local land use boards. Once CMDA has certified local housing growth zones in a town or city's targeted transit served and walkable neighborhoods, an MOU between us and the municipality's chief elected official establishes a development district or districts. CMDA can then entertain project funding applications on a rolling basis from any public agency or private developer looking to expand housing options and economic development within the boundaries of those development districts. CMDA is statutorily enabled to fund transit-oriented development, housing, building demolition or rehabilitation, or anything that would contribute to the development or redevelopment of the identified districts. During the last 5 months of 2024, the board and I completed the work to establish CMDA by creating and adopting the policies and procedures that will govern its operations and procuring the support team of consultants that will enable us to carry out our work. Most importantly, I met with municipal leadership, planning and economic development professionals, and developers from across the state to start to identify those partner communities that are interested in garnering CMDA's help to achieve their local development goals. The earliest a community could have signed up to join CMDA was the start of February of this year. With that, I'm incredibly encouraged by the fact that as of today, 10 municipalities, towns, and cities have already joined CMDA, and approximately 20 others are in the process of doing so. These communities range in size and are located in every region of the state. The CMDA board and I are incredibly encouraged by the positive response evidenced by the number of communities that are opting in. The governor's vision to use technical and financial resources to reward the cities and towns who are actively trying to build more housing in the places that will provide community and state co-benefits is already proving effective. Given our statutorily established process, I anticipate that the communities who are joining CMDA now will have districts established this summer, and CMDA will start awarding funding to projects later this calendar year. Given the pipeline of deserving infrastructure and development projects, I do expect that we will utilize the entirety of our outstanding authorization of $59 million and the governor's proposed additional $30 million by the end of fiscal year 27. We were authorized $1 million at the August 2024 Bond Commission meeting, and we expect that those funds will be expended in support of our startup operations and priming the pump for project pipeline by the end of this calendar year. Further, we do expect to make a request in fiscal 28 and 29, depending on demand exhibited by our partner municipalities over the coming fiscal years. Finally, I just want to share some of our actions that are designed to support transit-oriented and downtown housing production beyond our direct investment with bond funds in infrastructure and development to show the ways that we're working to lower cost and time to deliver housing to market. One of the ways we will support our partner communities is by helping them market their housing growth sites to viable developers with a proven track record in communities like theirs. I think we'll play a valuable role in matchmaking to create increasing competition in the building sector to lower the cost of supply. Further, perhaps most significant way that CMDA will add value to our partner communities is by helping streamline the state permitting process in support of downtown housing and transit-oriented development. What I share with you right now is admittedly aspirational, but I believe strongly that we have an opportunity to conduct some permitting at the district or neighborhood scale, proactively identifying the infrastructure improvements necessary to support growth where the state and its communities want it, and removing these steps from the individual site development process. Time is money, and any temporal savings achieved by bringing housing developments from concept to market will reduce the cost to deliver those units and increase both production and affordability. CMDA aims to create a new model for how to enable development in Connecticut's downtowns and station areas and more quickly help communities deliver on their vision for their future. I look forward to ramping up activities over the coming fiscal year and working with many of the communities that you all represent to help them fill gaps to bring their housing and downtown development goals to fruition. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about our activities to date or where we are headed over the coming years.
Thank you. I don't know if you left much room for us to ask a question. No, that was great, David. So I want to say congratulations.
Thank you.
And, you know, I heard your presentation and you and I have known each other for years. You come with a wealth of information. They couldn't have made a better choice to fill that position. And I truly believe that you're going to be the one to make this work and to get it off the ground. So I want to say thank you.
I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I echo the colleagues of my co-chair. We really are lucky to have you in this position, and we all look forward to working with you. A question I have is around the housing growth zones. And so how will that be developed? Will municipalities have to establish those, or do you do those, or do you work collaboratively to establish those?
Yes. So what we do first and foremost is look at the existing zoning within the communities that have opted to join us. And what I tell a lot of communities is it's possible that their zoning is already there. Many of our communities have done the hard work to figure out how to enable more downtown housing or transit-oriented development. They've engaged consultants. They've used their staff. For a lot of the communities who raise their hand, we will look at their existing zoning and check the box. For others, we might have some recommendations. If we do provide recommendations for how a community could tweak its zoning to better facilitate the housing development that their plans endorse, it's up to them whether or not they take those recommendations. Or they could seek support from our consultants to help them draft the zoning. So I wouldn't think of housing growth zones as something new or separate, but rather our certification of the municipality's zoning, that it is calibrated with market conditions and will lead to more housing production.
Yeah, no, that's great. And so it seems like this has been well thought out. And so we're eager to see, to see you all get moving here. And again, any way that we can help, just reach out anytime.
Thank you, Representative.
Any further questions for, of course, Representative Piscopo?
Thank you, Director. We appreciate it. A quick question on your definition of transit-oriented. Is that a state transit-oriented?
Yes. So we have two definitions that govern where we can partner with a municipality. The first is around transit-oriented development, which is defined in statute, and it is a half a mile. And our statute limits us to a half a mile around rail or bus rapid transit, like the fast track line, existing or planned. But we can also work with a community that doesn't have rail or bus rapid transit in their downtown. And downtown is defined in our statute, commercial core of the community, cohesive center, mix of uses, oriented around a town green or a main street. And so there are many communities of different sizes throughout the state that can work with us through the downtown definition.
Quick hypothetical, a town has 5 acres, old factory, probably brownfield, that could be established.
Potentially, it depends where in the community that sits. If that brownfield is on a main street, near a church, near a government building, near some other housing, then absolutely that node of activity could be characterized as a downtown. If it's an isolated parcel without any of that context, then no, we would not be statutorily enabled to work with them. But there are many other programs, as you just heard from DECD, that could.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, what's your name again? Senator Wong, you have to excuse me. I'm sorry. Sometimes I am professional. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David, great to see you. Take me through kind of the vision where you see your organization and the plans moving forward 5 years from now. I think that is a very important part for us as a subcommittee in bonding to make the investment to support the vision that you have. You have daunting challenges in regards to a critical mission. But how do you foresee some of the critical building blocks for a vision of where you want to take this 5 years from now? Because ultimately what happens in your success will have a impact trickling down to many of the surrounding communities and the state as a whole.
Great. Thank you, Senator. I very much appreciate the question. I'd focus on two things. I think first and foremost, the potential that we exhibit is to create a team of expertise and professionals and resources that has the breadth to fill the gaps that exist at the municipal level so that we can be sort of mobilized in support of towns and cities' objectives so that they don't have to create that capacity 169 towns over. I've seen so many examples where a municipality gets a particular federal grant and has to build expertise on that one-off, and then they never have to use that again. And so we're hoping to be a centralized resource that can be mobilized in support of towns and cities so that they can draw on us like arrows in a quiver so that they don't have to build that internally. And secondarily, I'm very hopeful, much in the way Deputy Commissioner Puglisi described the success of CIF, that we create a venue for municipalities to think long range around very localized areas within their town or city, around their station or in their downtown, and come up with the long range strategy. And we can help communicate that to the various state agencies so that when we're looking at grant making, when we're looking at allocating state resources, we're investing in those places that have developed a long range approach. And so first and foremost, being a resource to towns and cities so that they don't have to build every tool within their own staff. And then secondarily, helping create the long-range strategy so that state agencies are investing in a multi-step approach to the community's future instead of a one-off project.
You talked about the investment, and I appreciate you sharing the vision, and I think your background belies that type of an application to it. But take me through the incorporation of that vision with some of the communities that are the poverty cycles, the education deficient community that needs to be given a hand up. Where do you see in regards to the economic development that you've offered in the bonding requests we hear, parking garages, Excel Center, but take me through and share an important role of how do you lift communities, the disadvantaged, impoverished, economically disadvantaged communities, to give them an opportunity to share in that kind of revitalization?
Yeah, great question. So I think right now we have in some places a somewhat contentious relationship between private development and community vision. And I'm a strong believer that when a community has a plan for its future, that gets implemented two ways. It gets implemented through public investment, through the capital plan, and it gets implemented through private investment, through development. And it's our job as communities to govern that private investment through zoning. So first and foremost, it's helping communities structure their local regulatory framework so that they are harnessing private investment to achieve their community objectives. Further, I think we try and leverage out of individual development projects maybe a little bit too much. We have a process whereby a project comes in and they have to pay for an intersection improvement, or they have to pay for a sewer line extension. I would rather see us get to a place where we look at the future of our neighborhoods and identify the infrastructure necessary to unlock their potential and start to proactively make those investments. So instead of a community having a debate with a developer about the provision of basic infrastructure, they can have a discussion with that developer about local jobs, training programs, true economic development. So instead of leveraging private investment for basic infrastructure, we're leveraging it for the types of investments that really do uplift our neighborhoods. And then the final point that I'll make is, we are a land scarce state, and many of our municipalities are acutely land scarce. I mean, some of our municipalities are 4 square miles, 5 square miles. So we need to find ways to be more productive with our land, particularly our land around our rail system, our bus rapid transit system, and in our downtowns. And I think through this process, we can find ways to make those properties more productive, but do so in a way that maximize community benefit and minimize negative externalities.
I appreciate you sharing that perspective, and I think it needs to be a very important part of any of our municipal redevelopment plans or capital region development, that it is not just about businesses. It is about lifting up communities. And I think part of the subcommittee on bonding is to be able to afford that kind of an investment, to be able to make that commitment moving forward. So I appreciate you sharing that vision, and I think I want to repeat again, it is a very important part in my mind that as we look at capital and municipal redevelopment in urban centers, that not only is it commercial, but we need to lift the communities to have an active role to benefit and also to be part of that development process. So thank you very much, and your background is appreciated, and thank you for being here.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
Appreciate the comments.
We have about 1 more minute left. So Rep. Doucette, did you have a quick question?
1 more minute, 60 seconds? I can do
You
it.
got
I
it.
can do it. A quick question. You said you have 9 towns that are currently members, and
So it was 9 when I drafted my testimony, but because Manchester joined on
All
Monday,
right.
we're at 10.
that's great. But I was going to ask too, what's the process involved of onboarding a town? What are the
Yeah, so the first step is the local legislative body, following a public hearing, adopts a resolution to join us. And that sends the signal that there's enough local interest so we can start dedicating the time and energy to working with them. We then look at the zoning, certify it, or provide recommendations. We enter into an MOU with the chief elected official, establishing the boundaries of the development district. And then any project within that district, either municipally driven or private developer driven, can apply to us for funding.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Corus, thanks so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Great. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you all.
Okay, the Capital Region Development Authority has joined us, and feel free to take a few minutes and get settled, and then you may begin your presentation to the subcommittee.
Good afternoon. It's Mike Freeman, the Executive Director of the Capital Region Development Authority. With me today is Joe Jeremiah, our CFO, in case there's any specific bond authorizations or projects that the committee wishes to dig a little bit deeper into. CERTA, as you know, was created in 2022 as a successor agency to the old Capital City Economic Development Agency, and today manages the state's large venues, i.e. the Convention Center, the XL Center, Rensselaer Field, as well as nearly 18,000 parking spaces. We do venture into neighborhoods. We do venture into the region as a whole, and we have projects scattered, not just in the center of Hartford, but throughout its neighborhoods, and now jumping the river into East Hartford and other communities, including Newington and Weathersfield. At the moment, we have over 19 projects in construction. 9 of them are housing projects, 7 of them are in East Hartford, and a variety of economic development initiatives. The primary issues we have before us today is sustaining the conversion of excess commercial space into alternate uses, as well as dealing with buildings that are reaching the 20th year of their life, i.e. the Convention Center and Rensselaer Field are both now a little aged and need constant care and upkeep. Before you today is our suggested recommendations for funding for the next 2 fiscal years. We are wrapping up the XL Center over the next year and a half. We are not asking for more funds for that. We are asking for a few dollars to stay on top of the parking garages, which go through a continuous wear and tear, and general program monies for the conversion of commercial real estate into residential or other uses. I'd be happy to answer any specific projects or questions you may have. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Hey, Mike, thanks so much. And thanks for your presentation. Mike, can you give a more extensive update on the Excel Center and where we are there?
Yeah, it's the bane of my existence, so I could probably give you a lot more than you might want. We are under construction. We're behind the house now since we're still running events. We expect to wrap up the event schedules around about the early part of May, and then we'll go into pretty extensive hard work in the lower bowl during the summer with the idea of reactivating the building in October. Underway as we speak is the rebuilding of locker rooms, kitchens, back of house orientation, such as electrical systems, plumbing systems, and the like. The main task with the property is to improve its revenue streams and lower its expenses. The revenue streams will come through a variety of new programming that will be allowable because we'll have clubs, loges, suites, and things of that nature that get a better premium price. We'll also have a better range of food and beverage services that give a better return to our dollar. The other side of the issue is we can make more money in the building because of the seating arrangements, which will attract additional events. We recently, a year ago, entered an agreement with OVG, which offloads the annual operating deficit onto them with a sharing of profit after a certain threshold going forward. They too will invest in the building and have a commitment of $20 million that they'll put into the structure. If you were to go there today, you'd see the folks working on the roof, as well as the other issues I mentioned. And hopefully in October, you'll see some sort of dramatic change to the average person walking into the property.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Senator Wong.
Rensselaer Field, and obviously the Convention Center, 2 major cogs in addition to the XL Center. Both of those entities are around 20 years old, particularly with Rensselaer and some of the limitations in a residential neighborhood and the challenge of that. Where do you see the vision of where Rensselaer goes? Is it tied to UConn football? Because that's been the predominant tenet. Can you share some perspectives on what's truly needed, and that would we need to anticipate that moving forward in the years ahead, that Rensselaer will be a bonding request from your organization?
Excuse me. Yes. About 2 years ago now, we had the building thoroughly analyzed by engineers and professionals in the stadium business. They came back with a report on the condition of the property. And from that, we recommended a $60 million renovation of the building spread out over 5 years. That's envisioning $12 million a year for each of the next 5 years. We're now in year 2 as we sit here, and would request in years 3 and 4 in the upcoming biennial. That $60 million covers a variety of things, including sustaining the property and bringing it up to modern standards. IT has really surpassed the property. I mean, I joke about it, but literally there's payphones in the place still. So wiring the buildings up for today's fiber optics and communication systems, as well as just having your phone work, is a priority for us. Improving the locker rooms so that we can get more events in there, more users, as well as maintain the property from simple things as water leakage and the like. The building is worn down in places. We do have quite a bit of work underway. The roofs are scheduled for this summer. The IT is underway. The locker rooms are underway as we sit here and speak to you today. I think the 60 million will basically buy the building 10 to 15-year run, at which point we'll have to rethink about where to go with it and how to use the facility either differently or replace it. These stadiums run 20, 30 years and they get tired, and that's generally the life cycle of it. It is primarily UConn's building. That is our prime tenant, and every event will build around them. So they have priority of schedule, and they have priority, of course, any other uses of the facility. Having said that, the football program needs to put between 20 and 25,000 people in the building for each game to have it break even on an operating budget. They've been averaging around 15 to 20. So we've been making that up in two ways. In one, an appropriation from the state government to us to operate the building on a break-even basis. But increasingly, soccer games. We have a lot of soccer events that have been going in there. They've become very profitable to us to help sustain the budget. I think there'll be more soccer games going forward. There happens to be a lot of intrigue for the building, primarily because the World Cup is coming up, as well as it's got a turf field, and turf fields are priority to teams and players. So,
thank you for that. And transportation. One of the complaints about going to Rensselaer is the roadways going through residential and some of the improvements that need to be made. Is that a consideration in your bonding allocation, or is that a strictly CTTOT issue? Because getting people to the stadium, getting them out, is a critical factor of successes of venues. So I don't see anything about that. Is that anything in the part of consideration?
Actually, it is a DOT issue. We don't carry funds for the transit systems in and around the stadium, though we're well aware of it. Some of it can be handled by getting alternate routes out of the property. It's not so much the loading, it's the offloading at the end when people leave. We try to open up routes, but actually just about every direction you go, you run into a neighborhood. We really can't cut through Pratt & Whitney because of some defense and security reasons. So we have one alternate route off the backside, and we try to offload them as best we can, managing traffic with police and light management. But it is, unfortunately, the fact of reality is it's put into a place where the transit system, the highway system is pretty limited.
And just quickly, beyond that field, is there any other space availability in the light of construction of a new stadium and getting into a big football power conference? Is there any locations within the capital region that could accommodate a new stadium build-up through you? I
wouldn't know where to go with it, to be honest with you. It's pretty tight. The stadium can be enlarged. We have, in fact, enlarged it from time to time. It's really limited by parking. We have found alternate parking across the street as well as up Silver Lane, and as sort of a backup areas for additional parking. But the stadium itself can be enlarged, and I would imagine that would be the first course of action.
Thank you very much for your time.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions? Representative Doucette, I believe I owe you a couple of minutes, so take your time, sir.
Well, I'll happily yield to Madam Chair. She has one as well. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. Hi, Mike. Thanks for joining us last time, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, we're sorry to see you go. You got a exemplary record of service to CRDA. You are CRDA.
Yeah,
really. But thank you for your service through the years. Just wanted to clarify on XL. So we don't have anything for XL in the current in the upcoming biennium, or?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And do you anticipate any need for the current project as it's constituted? Is there any urgency in there, or is there any sort of, I mean, we talked about it last year too. Is there any sort of like phase 2 improvements other than doing something major to the building along the lines of what we did in this current project?
We pretty much optimized the program at 145 million. 20 of that being private and the other 125 being public funds over multiple years. We have built into that a contingency. And we are looking pretty good as we're sitting here today on that contingency line to get us to this completion of this project. Could we spend more money in that building? Yeah. We could spend endless money in that building. The question is, what can we get $1 back off of it? It is nearly 50 years old. We're spending money, but the objective here is to reduce the operating expense year to year and bring in more events, because the spin-off of the property is pretty dramatic. On the night, there's an event in there, the restaurants, the parking garages, the hotels, downtown core. What is the mission of downtown Hartford? It's not going to be downtown West Hartford. It's not going to be downtown Glastonbury. It's going to be something different. And the XL is a big part of that. But we're not asking for more money. And the only thing that sort of nags me is we're starting to see bids coming now with allowances because of the tariff question. If they're coming in and they're pricing things, if the goods are coming from other than inside the states, coming from Canada, coming from Asia, some of the bidders are starting to put allowances into the deal, not knowing how to price these things. That scares me, because I can't predict that, nor can they. But there's certain things we need. So that's the only nag that I have, and even I can't define it harder for you than that.
Look forward to seeing the end product. Actually, we were just talking about for UConn basketball. We got a notification that we're going to be reseated after they swore like 5 years ago that we would keep our seats forever, our season ticket holders.
We are changing the
So we'll
seats.
be received, but that's okay. Progress comes at a price sometimes, and I'm sure I'll be okay. Looking forward to seeing the new building.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hate to see you go, Mike.
Good seeing you, Senator.
You have left a legacy in Stanford, in Hartford, and you are to be proud. You really, and when it comes to redevelopment, and I want to personally thank you for the work that you've done for this state. Mike, I want to ask you a question about 15 Lewis Street. Has that project been completed? It started, 2023? Have you started? Have they started?
Now we've run up against a lot of issues with that property. The property is historic. It's very limited. It's a very tight site. And we've run into both unexpected problems with it structurally, as well as other issues that really priced it out of the initial program, which was a $7 million allocation for a loan. We're now looking at converting it rather than to residential, but to hotel use and make it a small boutique hotel. That'll change the budget, and we'll have to come back to the bond commission to rearrange the funds. So we haven't started it. We've been frustrated with it, as the owners. But between historic credits, some larger mortgages, the trick is getting enough equity into the deal now to go alongside our funds. So it's a work in progress.
Thank you. And how far are you along with the Silver Lane project?
There's several projects on Silver Lane. The old Silver Lane Plaza has been fully demolished. We're doing environmental cleanup, and the town has negotiated an outline of a development agreement with a new developer that'll put commercial on the Silver Lane side and then residential behind it. So town of East Hartford's making good progress there. And we have a little bit more environmental exploration cleanup to do on the site under the pads that was the old commercial site. But for the most part, the blighted derelict shopping center has been removed.
And just one last comment. I hope that your replacement has the vision and the passion that you have for the work that you've done. And so thank you so much. Huge, not large, huge shoes to fill. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
Mike, thank you for being here. Certainly wish you the very, very best. And we thank you for your service to our state.
Thank you, sir.
We have one more question. Senator Wong, I believe he knows you pretty well.
I cannot allow the senator from Stanford to top my constituent accolades. Michael, it's great to see you. I try to keep it professional, but can't be topped by the senator chair. Thank you for your work. And I don't know what you're going to do with all that commuting miles you're going to put down. But God bless you. Thank you for your work. I hope this isn't the end of the skill set in contributing to the needs that we have in the state of Connecticut, but you can pick and choose. And I hope that you'll be able to choose and pick in the hometown that you live in to make some contributions. So there's a pitch out to you, but I wanted to follow in the good Senate Chair's compliments to a tremendous career and a legacy that should be very, very proud of. So God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Senator.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, just some quick closing remarks before we leave. So I just want to thank all the members of our subcommittee who, we have 4 days of hearings, probably close to 30 agencies came before the subcommittee. And so I want to, again, thank you all for being well prepared and asking important questions about bonding and how bonding relates to our agencies. We will meet, I believe, on Monday as a small group again together to collaborate. And so I really want to thank our nonpartisan staff, Eric Michael Gray and Claudia Rodriguez, for making sure that we have all the adequate information as these hearings go forward. And also the finance staff, Ash and Sam and Jean and Jay and Chris, who worked really hard, who was in these meetings with us constantly. They made us all nice binders with all this important information organized, right? That helps us make better decisions going forward. And so we thank you all again, and I'll turn it over to our co-chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have much to add to that, except thank you. Thank you. We couldn't do what we do without you. And this is really the beginning. So put on your roller skates because we have a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our ranking member, Senator Wong.
I want to thank the co-chairs for their collaborative and engaging efforts. I want to thank all the agency heads that made the effort to be present to answer our questions beyond bonding, but it allows us to be able to do our job. So, and I want to echo the chair's sentiments in regards to support staff that have given us all the great resources and materials and the constant reminders. This really is a good team, and I want to thank the chairs again and my fellow ranking chair who has the legacy of length in this committee to be able to offer some perspective as well. So again, it really is a great template for us to continue this progress of work. As the good Senate chair said, this is only the beginning, but I think we have a great foundation. And again, I want to say thank you to all the commissioners and the department heads that made the effort to be present with us. And that makes a world of difference to me. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Piscopo, you can close us out.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Thank you to everybody, and appreciate it. These meetings have been very well run and very productive. And I want to thank the members of this subcommittee for attending. It's really important. Thank you very much.
We are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.